Hello there. How are you all doing? Let's see who's in the chat first. We've got 10 people watching at the moment. Hopefully you can hear me. Anyone there? Time to make more boring street tracks. Ah, okay. Oh, someone's there. That's good. Oh, my phone's nearly fallen over. Hello. Yay, people are here. Good. Okay, so yeah, it's time to do more of this Google Earth. Obviously, that seems to be a very popular stream. 2 weeks ago and last weekend, I did the Lego kit building one, and everyone was like, "When's the next Google Earth stream?" So I was like, yeah, I need to do another one. And it's topical because, of course, this week we've had two big stories about, well, Madrid is now confirmed, even though nobody asked for it. And then this morning we come out with this whole thing that now Chicago is going to be is going to get a street circuit apparently, or something. So we're going to have potentially 4 circuits in America, 2.5 of which are street circuits. I don't know. But yeah, so people are already making requests. So yeah, just to summarize and explain, so what we did, if you weren't in the first stream, we're just taking famous cities and designing street circuits. My only rules are that basically it needs to be of a realistic length, so between like 3 and 5 miles roughly, and it needs to make use of historic landmarks and famous parts of the city. Otherwise, why bother being there? But yeah, so to show you, I'll just get the ball rolling. I'll show you what we did in the first episode, just to remind everyone. So we've got them. I've got them all listed here. So the first one we did was the Alan Shearer Street Circuit, sponsored by Greggs, which is bisecting Newcastle upon Tyne and Gateshead in the northeast of England. Nice industrial, grimy one. Then we had the Brexit Speedway in London, which goes past Buckingham Palace and Westminster and Waterloo and all of that. Then it was the Vuortodrome, named after Kimi Räikkönen, which is in Helsinki by the water. Then we did the Dictatordrome in Pyongyang. This one is actually much longer than the others, but very, very fast. But yeah, just for fun. Empire Street Circuit of Mind, which is in New York, and I think is actually really good. And I've put in, you may recognize this is the New York Street Circuit from Gran Turismo 4, and they overlap at Times Square. But that one I quite liked. Then we got the Freedom Ring in Washington, D.C., which again I really liked. It goes past Capitol Building, down the Mall, Washington Monument, the White House, the whole shebang. Does all of that. Then we did Go-Tifi Street Circuit. This was in Quebec City, I think, Parliament Hill. There was a really, really steep road up there. Honey Badger Street Circuit in this was in Perth, Western Australia. And this one, again, actually, it looks quite realistic, I think, as a street circuit. Maybe more Formula E, but I could definitely see this being a legitimate street circuit. It gives me vibes of Dallas and not Dallas, Phoenix. Then there was the One Ring in Auckland, New Zealand. Again, I quite like this one. I think it gives me vibes of Macau, but I'm quite pleased with that one. Then one of the silly ones, the Radiation Ring in Pripyat in Ukraine. Of course, that would never happen. Then the Sahara Ring, which is not very good, but I just wanted one that goes around the pyramids, but it's awful. It would be more of a rally stage than an F1 circuit. You should do Paris. Have you done Chicago yet? We will, because it's topical, we will do Chicago in this episode to see if I can what I come up with is better than what we're probably going to end up with. Tel Aviv is Israel. And then we've got the Sato Speedway, which encircles the Imperial Palace in Tokyo, and I believe is very close to Tokyo Route 246 from Gran Turismo. I've turned on all of my place marks for everything motorsport related, so all my circuits are mapped out and all of that. This one seemed to be the favourite one, Altitude Sickness Park in La Paz, Bolivia, because it's at 11,000 feet above sea level. It looks so much fun. Then there was Stitch Speedway in Honolulu. All right design, but, it's in Hawaii, so F1 would lap that up just for the glamour side. Then the Tom Price Circuit in Cardiff, which goes past my old college where I did my master's degree. And then last of all was the Unsinkable Circuit in Belfast, Northern Ireland. So let's get started. I'm getting some requests already. I'm going to pick the first city and then I'll start taking requests and we can do other ones. So what I want to do, it's a little unconventional, but basically as a tribute to my DRS Train podcast co-host Nav, I'm going to do a street circuit in Port Louis, Mauritius, which is just about here. And then he can rip into me because I've done it really badly and I don't know the roads or anything. So already I'm seeing a highway which would make a very good straight or main straight. You could fit a pit lane. You could fit a pit lane and a paddock in there. So that could be a good place to start. I need this on red, thickness width of 2. Right, let's go. So if we start clockwise, they're mostly clockwise. Okay, we're gonna have to go all the way there to get off this highway. So let's carry on down here. Around here, at this point, to get an idea of just over half a mile. These are some very, very narrow roads I'm seeing, actually. I think we carry on. Let's take a sharp left there. We could go along here. If I wanted to be really annoying, I could make that the world's worst chicane, which maybe I'll do. Just this little triangle here. Yeah, man, these are narrow roads. I need to get out onto this bigger one, actually. So we go there, go around here. That might be a dead end. Nice and narrow. That's like the castle in Baku. Across, along, just over a mile in length. Yeah, these are very, very... Aside from the highway, these are some extremely narrow roads. Okay, it widens out a little bit. I could do something here. We need a proper straight that opens up a bit. Trying to find a road that's a good... There's a reasonably wide road there, so I could make it go across... Assuming that's a road, it's hard to tell. Down here. And then we got a reasonably wide road along here. 1.6 miles. Okay, we can extend it a little bit more. Go along. Keep going along. Bit narrow along here again. Seeing a lot of Paris. Not one in Paris, but we'll do one. Haven't done one in Paris yet. Only just over 2 miles. We can go a little bit longer. So let's move this along here. We've got a sort of what looks like a sort of downtown financial district. But then I need to find a way of getting back onto the highway, which I think the only option... There'd be some... Oh, no, there we go. Okay, I've got this now. Go along here. Down. Along. Where are we? This is Port Louis, Mauritius. I'm doing this for one of my podcast co-hosts. The app is Google Earth. just download it for free. It's very easy to use. I've been using Google Earth for years, so I'm pretty well versed in it. Across and around, up along, and then we just go along. How much is that? 3.2. That's a good length, yeah? Yeah. Not bad to start with, I guess. We got fairly technical first sector, more straight, couple of good overtaking spots, very, very long main straight. So yeah, that's not bad. Because it's Mauritius, I'm calling this Dodo International Circuit. How long is the main straight? The main straight is approximately, well, it's about 1.2, 1.3 miles, so about a similar length to Baku. And if I play this, it should show us how it looks from above as well. That's just Baku with more opportunities for Charles to dumpster the car. Yes, it is, Con. Very much so. Yeah, I think there would be... It would be a good challenge. Some very, very narrow streets here. But a couple of small twisty bits and that. Yeah, I think that's actually all right. Yeah, that's not bad for a first go today. Okay, so that was that. So now we'll take requests. So let's see. I'm seeing Paris, Athens, Sheffield, Manchester, Cork, Liverpool, Seville, Sheffield, Manchester, Berlin is coming up. Bratislava. Oh, I'm getting so many requests. I'm going to need to memorize these and make a mental cue in my head. Let's do Paris. That's a good, obvious one we haven't touched yet. So what can we do? So here again, you'll recognize Opera Paris and George V Paris from Gran Turismo 4, so you can see how they actually look in context. And Hotel de Crillon, that of course is the home of the FIA headquarters. Okay, so let's think about Paris. Well, first of all, because it's Paris, it must go past the Eiffel Tower. That's non-negotiable. It needs to do both sides of the river because this is where all the historic shit is, like the Louvre and all of that. This main bit, that wouldn't work so much as for a pit lane or a paddock. Go under the Eiffel Tower. That's actually not bad. I mean, this is grass, but you could make something work. Get under the... Yeah, it would be a really... Oh, you could make like a really, really narrow turning off in one of these directions down the Champ de Mars. But we need a big wide... there are so many wide avenues, you'd think, in Paris, but they're all lined with bloody trees. That's the Place de la Concorde. It needs to pass the Arc de Triomphe, which is here. Okay, that's a really, really long... That's long and wide, so that could be the start-finish straight. Oh, that's the wrong one. Let's go. Start here. Go all the way around the Arc de Triomphe. And then we need to make a beeline for... Ooh, actually. Okay, we're going to end up half using the George V Paris Gran Turismo 4 circuit. Carry on down here. I mean, they probably... Well, I don't know what they do with those trees for this. Under the tower is a safety hazard. Yeah, but it looks cool. I got it now. Yep, okay. Across this, whatever... Is that the tunnel where Diana died? I think it might be. It's somewhere around there. Pont de l'Alma is the bridge. Along here, and then we go sharp right and across, and then we can go here and we go under the tower. But the thing is, you could put that they would offer like stupidly expensive seats to get to be in one of the restaurants on the lower levels or at the top, and you can watch the race from up there. They would charge like thousands of pounds for that, or thousands of euros in this case. Let's carry across. How long is this now? 2.4 miles. Okay, so it's already pretty long, so we need to make a beeline for the end. Let's go right. Let's go, be a huge pain in the arse. Go around what looks like a statue of some kind. And again, let's be annoying and go around here. 3.18 miles. And then we need to go up and along around this. And then, oh no. Left along here. Big ass hairpin, and voila, 4.44 miles. Okay, it looks a bit deceiving because it overlaps with the George V circuit, but you get the idea. Yeah, that's one option. It passes a few famous landmarks, some incredibly annoying chicanes for the drivers to deal with. Obviously, if you wanted, you could do, there are so many options. You could do one further down where by Notre Dame. You could do one that goes past the FIA headquarters and like the President's Palace and blah blah blah, and Les Invalides and all of that. Okay, let's think of a name. A good French name. Surrender Speedway would be one. Circuit de Baguette. I don't know. Something stereotypical for France. Kylian Mbappe Speedway. Nice. I should have made it go around the Paris Saint-Germain Stadium, but that's miles out. Better than Britain Speedway. That's a good one. To complement Brexit Speedway. Parc Merde. Croissant. Street circuit. It doesn't really... if I made it look like a croissant, it might. I like Eiffel Tours. Yeah. Tricolone. I'm going to call it Surrender Speedway. And then some French guy's going to do his own one in London and call it like Bad Teeth Circuit or something. Is a way of hitting back. Circuit de la Charte. Surrender Circuit, yeah. Or Surrender Speedway, because it's alliterative. So if we play this, just pause and let the high detail stuff load. That is a very... I mean, okay, the trees are a pain in the arse, but that is probably... You could blag putting a pit lane in one of these side lanes, I don't know. Very picturesque paddock we'd have. Around Arc de Triomphe, down whatever avenue this is, and then across Church there, I think, over the Pont de l'Alma, around the pixelated... I think what it is, I've noticed this in France, you get these areas which are massively pixelated. I think it's like military stuff, so you can't see it from above. It seems to I only see this in France, though, and I don't know why they'd have military bases right in the centre of Paris. Because Les Invalides is more of a... that was like Napoleonic era stuff. It's not really used for that anymore, I don't think. Then around Nice Long Straight. Yeah, that's not bad. Okay. I'm seeing a lot of... I'm getting a lot of requests in. I want to do one... Let's do one outside of Europe, so we kind of circulate the... circulate continents. So actually, because it's... Yeah, I mentioned it before. Let's do one in Chicago now. Since they're obviously trying to come to suggesting that we might be racing there. So what can we do in Chicago? So in terms of landmarks... that we can make use of. That's the John Hancock Centre, AON Centre. I know my skyscrapers. The Willis Tower, which was the world's tallest building for about 25 years. We've got the river, the Illinois River. Over there was that. I think the Field Museum of Natural History is around here as well. But let's think about this. Somewhere that's, I guess, why that's wide. You could blag your way into making a paddock somewhere along here, in the middle of what apparently is called Grant Park. So we'll use that as a starting point. We need to go past the river. The Willis Tower, where is that? I can't tell from above. Oh, there it is. Yeah. So let's go along. We're going to go along this way. Is that a tunnel? Okay, we can't use that. Maybe we could. Nice ramp. I'd like to see the cars, especially with ground effect, try and tackle something like that. So yeah, nice ramp to start up that is going into a tunnel. Okay, that doesn't go where I thought it was, so we can't use that. Sharp left here. Let's go along. We need to get to the river. Turn another 90-degree left. And then around past the Willis Tower. Over the river. And then it needs to, okay, that's the, whatever they call the monorail or whatever. I forgot what it's called in Chicago, because in America, isn't New York, it's just called the Loop, I think. 1.8 miles. Okay, we're already pushing it for length. Let's go back around. This isn't brilliant. I might need to rethink this one already, because we need to get back around there, and we can't get back on the highway there. So, how would I get back? I haven't thought this through very well, because if I go down that way, we're heading like away from the city. It's all just gridded 90-degree turns. There's nothing, like, you can't do much with that. It's not, I can already see it's not going to be a particularly inventive circuit, whatever they come up with for Chicago. But if I go, okay, let's assume that connects to that and you can use that as a tunnel. In which case, we can go along here. Then we get to go down this ramp, which in the rain is going to be like a slip and slide. And then it goes around here. So yeah, you know, put a fence there. It goes past itself. And then down, and then just across around like that. Yeah, 4.2. That's really not that good. It's probably better than whatever the FOM will come up with, but like, even so, I don't know. Might have to relook at that one at some point. But yeah, I don't know what, I mean, if they were legitimately trying to make one in or near Chicago, the city center is just all 90-degree turns. The south side is where all the violence and shootings happen, so that's not a good idea. God, it's enormous. It's just grids. Like, it's all just grids. I don't know what they're thinking they can do, unless it's going to be up north and, I don't know, goes past the Home Alone house or something up in Evanston. Washington Park, look, there's options there. Where's Washington? Park. Where did I... Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's gonna. I think they're going to design a circuit which is probably quite similar to the Phoenix one. Okay, so let's give this one a name. A Chicago name. The Windy Circuit. Deep Dish Speedway. Ferris Bueller's Circuit Off. That doesn't make any sense. Al Capone, of course, he was in Chicago. I'm trying to think. Yeah, Ferris Bueller's Day Off. Is there Home Alone is in Chicago. Cheaper by the Dozen is in Chicago. Mafia Drome, Car Smasher Speedway, Chicago Town Pizza Speedway, Kanye West, Ferris Bueller's Race Day Off. Oh, that's quite clever, actually. Maybe that'll do. I was going to say just Deep Dish Speedway. Ferris Bueller's Race Day Off. And then how does this look from the ground? Pause that. Let all the trees unpixelate themselves. Yeah, that's a pretty wide road. I mean, the trees, I don't know. Again, paddock would be a bit complicated. Goes over that railway. In we go. Okay, yeah, you can't really see anything here. I don't know where they'd put the grandstands in, to be honest. You'd probably just have to rent out some of these office buildings to get a look. Who's Ferris Bueller? Oh, you've never seen Ferris Bueller's Day Off. Oh, it's this 80s film with Matthew Broderick in it. Yeah, John Hughes directed. Just a guy skips school and goes off gallivanting around Chicago. It's good fun. Yeah, well, from this angle you can't see half the circuit, but it's not brilliant. Yeah, I'd mentioned it was for similar to. It gave me vibes of Phoenix, just for reference, because I will show off my collection, everything that is marked. Where is it? Phoenix. There is the Phoenix Circuit, or the two variations of it from late 80s, early 90s that they had, and so you can see. There's a couple of bits here which obviously have been built over, and they did two different configurations, and that obviously got built over. But yeah, just lots of 90-degree turns. And then they did the same thing with Detroit. Although Detroit is still used by IndyCar, I think. But they've made that work, I guess, based on what the kind of roads they have to use. But yeah. Okay, I'm getting a lot of people badgering me about the UK, so I think maybe we should do the UK. Somewhere British. Again, all of my motorsport-specific place marks are switched on, so I've got all of the team factories and circuits and blah, blah, blah. Okay, so we've seen Sheffield, Hull, Liverpool, they've all come up. We don't need to do... We've done London already. We've done Newcastle, Sheffield, Manchester, Hull, Liverpool. We've done Cardiff. We've done Belfast. Southampton. Southampton does have potential. Dover. That would be a tricky one. Maybe actually we should do one in Scotland, because England, Wales and Northern Ireland all have one. So I'm thinking we should do one in Scotland. Either Edinburgh or Glasgow, because, yeah, the other places are not so well known. There's Knockhill, Scotland's claim to fame in the motorsport world. Yeah, let's do Edinburgh. I've been to Edinburgh once, and it's a really, really lovely city. It's very pretty. So let's think about this. That could be a start-finish straight, or even this, actually, because that's quite wide. It needs to go down around here. I do wish that we could make it go up the old town, up to the castle and back, but that's not going to work, other than having the tightest hairpin you've ever seen. Where's Jim Clark from? Oh, where is he from? Okay. This is where he's from. There. He is from Kilmarnie. Okay, you can't make a circuit there. That's probably his farm, because he was a farmer before he was a driver. And that looks like an old railway cutting that for an ex-railway. Yeah, no, we can't build a circuit in Kilmarnie. Maybe I should leave this on. Yeah, and yes, I did go through and mark the birthplace. Not the exact birthplace, but the town or city of every driver in history at some point, which I needed for my geography video. So yeah, you got 3: Ron, Flockhart, David Murray, Ian Stewart. They were all born in Edinburgh itself. I'll turn that off for the moment. Okay. Yeah, Clark was a farmer. He was born... Well, he was... On his gravestone, it says farmer first and then, like, racing driver, because he insisted on that. Okay. So let's start here. And use this. Let's descend down here to... Past over the bridge, maybe. Or that looks nice, that road. Got a bit of a kink there. We can't use that. Oh, no, we can. We go up very, very tight along here. Down here. Where is this going? Okay, this is going quite far out, so maybe not that way. Although it would look nice because it will go right past Arthur's seat. Let's continue this way for the moment. If I go along and down here under the railway, stop here for the moment, and then Holyrood. Is that that's Holyrood House, I think. So yeah, we're going past all of them. Scottish Parliament. Oh yeah, there seem to be lists of stuff. University of Edinburgh. Okay, we are passing all the historic bits. Prince Philip Promenade. Okay, that goes under. Ooh, there's rumble strips. Look at that. Okay, well, we're basically forced to use that if there's already rumble strips in place. That's half the work done with infrastructure. Underneath here, then we need to find a way of getting back over the bridge. We're at 2.3 miles, so we'll go back over the station. And then I need to bullshit a way of getting back there quickly. Tram lines, I think I can see. And then it needs to go... Let's keep going. 2.9 miles, so we're getting there for suitable length. Another really annoying roundabout in the middle. Across here, another really annoying roundabout around this little crescent shape. And then, yeah, 3.5 miles. That's something. So now we need... Okay, so someone's already said Pete's pulled a rest of circuit. Pete's are on your focus circuit. Prince Philip Promenade. What can we call it? The Haggis Ring. I was trying to think of a B word for a circuit, so I could use bagpipes in there, or Circuit de Kilt, Edinburgh Moment, Teapot Turnpike, Highland Speedway. I mean, if it was in the Highlands, I could do that. I need to do like a TT's course, like the Isle of Man TT, design one in the Scottish Highlands. Neeps and Tatties Raceway, Tinned Haggis Speedway, pulled the rest of the circuit. The Flying Scotsman. What are the other stereotypical Scottish things? Bagpipes, haggis, kilts, Braveheart. Why isn't there a B word for circuits? Because you've got like autodrome, speedway, circuit, track, course, park, oval, even though this is definitely not an oval. Bagpipes Boulevard, yeah. Deep fried circuit. That could be one, actually. Shrek Super Speedway. Let's try. Yeah, I think since they seem to love deep frying everything over there. Deep fried circuit, sponsored by Iron Brew. The deep. Sponsored by Iron Brew. I can't spell today. That's how you spell Iron Brew, isn't it? Yeah. Deep fried circuit. That'll do. And how does this look? Oh, it's all very pretty, isn't it? Nice and wide, yeah. Narrow chicane thing down this hill, past the hill. Oh, that's where they do the new stuff from. Goes downhill, so we got some elevation change. Past Arthur's Seat. And then up there it would be up to the castle, but we can't go up there. Up around Edinburgh Waverley. And then it just bullshits its way back around to the end. I think I'd like to see, not sure if you've done this or if this would count. What if a motor racing never got shattered in Switzerland and Bremgarten became an iconic track? I mean, Bremgarten, again, we can just go there. It's not... Oh, I need to change the logo for Stake, Kick, whatever the fuck they're called now, because since they're apparently no longer Alfa Romeo. Well, Bremgarten, I mean, it's not that interesting, let's be honest. It's just a bit of a... Well, it looks like a lemon, and it just goes through the trees. But... Yeah, this is one of the things. A lot of the 1950s circuit, I think, because they weren't concerned about safety and lots of practical things, they just went on any other roads they wanted, and so you just got stuff like this, which is not really that fun. It wouldn't be. This would be really wouldn't work for like modern F1 at all. Seville. Okay, we're going to go outside Europe again. We've done. Well, I guess Mauritius counts as Africa. So we've done Africa, we've done North America, we've done Europe. Let's do South America. So last time we did La Paz, which ended up being a really good track. But we got, because Quito and Lima are both quite high up. Rio, Buenos Aires, Lima. I wonder, the thing is, Rio has got tons of character. And there was Montevideo, Punta Arenas, or Punta Arenas, as they said on Top Gear. That's way down here, isn't it? Punta Arenas. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Yeah, I don't think we're going to be sending Formula One this far south anytime soon. The Falklands, oh no. Ushuaia, I can't remember where that is, but go to... Let's do Rio. I think Rio's got something going for it. We do, of course, have the... this is the Nelson Piquet circuit, which did host in the 1980s. This was hosting Brazilian Grand Prix, or 70s or 80s, And now it's gone completely because they tore it down to make the Olympic Park for the Rio 2016 Olympics. I wonder if I go historic imagery, if it shows up. Oh, you can see it mid, like, demolition. This is 2013. Yeah, you can see a little bit, actually, if it's still there, but the rest of that is all gone. 2011. Oh, so as of 2011, it was still intact. Obviously, two different... There was just the simple loop, and then there was this shit in the middle as well. Jakarta, that was the name. This is where Philip Strife got paralysed. But yeah, that's what remains, is the Olympic Park, which is probably never going to be used again. Okay, so we need to move... regrettably, unless I make it into basically like a rally course, it can't go past Christ the Redeemer. But looking at the rest, that's the Maracana Stadium. Copacabana Beach is there. Oh, that's Copacabana Beach. Remember the rumours of Rio to replace Interlagos? Oh yeah, that did come up as well, didn't it? Where's the Copacabana? I think it's that hill, isn't it? But yeah. If it went along Copacabana Beach, that would be cool, but I don't know if that... The rest of the roads are kind of awkward to get out of that. It's not quite Surfer's Paradise. If we move over this way, that looks cool. I like what's going on here. So we've got a long highway going along. Maracana's all the way. This is a tricky one, actually. I don't know what the other... okay, I'm just going to turn... Let's turn Brazil on. Anything pops up that I've marked. Maracana Stadium and Christ the Redeemer. That's all I've put in. Okay. Never mind. So that's... Well, allegedly... Oh, there it is. There's the statue. Okay. Right, let's do something... Let's make use of this. You could have one side is the main straight and the other side is the pit lane, but there's no roads coming off. So maybe not. Although... very narrow. Adios from Perth. Thank you for tuning in. Good to see lots of different time zones tuning in. Actually, that's a question. Who here's watching that isn't in Europe? Just wave or say where you are or something. Because there might be some early morning people in the Americas. You never know. Sydney, Quebec, Brazil. Ooh. A lot of people. Massachusetts, nice. America. Okay. Manila, nice. Okay, let's think about this. Let's start here. One side can be a pit lane and main straight. That'll work. Let's go along. Let's take a left. If we go right there, we end up going off into what appears to be a dead end, so maybe not. Guatemala, nice. So international, my followers. Yeah, we keep going along here. Oh, goodness me. Look at this. Okay, we have to... We're throwing this in. I don't know if that's a famous road. Maybe it goes through a favela. I don't know. But that's happening. Yeah, right past the slums. Yeah. Well, that was the criticism of Interlagos when they first built it was that the drivers didn't like it because it was surrounded by favelas. So up here we go. It'd just be funny seeing the modern cars trying to get around these turns. Okay, the map's disappearing under the... It thinks this is a 3D building, I think. Yeah, these are favelas. Oh, it just keeps on going. Okay, that's narrow. That would be very hard. They'd all have to take one hand off and go. They might have to design a special steering rack just for this to get around some of these. Ultra low downforce circuit as well. God, it just keeps going. Is this a dead end? I think it might be... where does that go? That goes up. Please tell me that goes... No, that's a cliff face. Okay, we might have made a mistake here. Actually, if I turn the angle up and we can see just how steep that is... Yeah, there's no way off there. Okay, well, let's just pretend they've built a bridge of some kind, or what could they do to... That's annoying. I thought we could make that work. Well, if nothing else, the seat... This would probably be the most popular because, for obvious reasons, the seats would be extremely cheap. But they would need to build some kind of bridge. Please tell me that goes down. No, that's a cliff face. It goes down, yeah, not that much down. I don't want to backtrack because that was fun. Okay, I'm just going to pretend that they've built the world's steepest bridge, but no. Unless I just say, okay, let's build a massive viaduct that goes along across there. So we go back a little around steeply. Point-to-point sprint. I mean, it would be over in about less than 2 minutes at this rate. Okay, bear with me. Let's pretend that they've built a viaduct that connects up there, and then we're back in the game. I think, unless we're heading into another. I've managed to make this go through all the roughest parts of Rio. And I think it's gone into another dead end. Okay, so we can't go that way, but we can go straight ahead. A bridge into another slum. Yeah. You can tell I don't know the city well because I don't know wherever all the famous stuff is. Why is it measuring in arc seconds? Miles, 2.2 miles. Okay, so for length we're doing all right, but let's go across. We've ended up meeting back up. I was meant to use this, so I've gone completely the wrong direction. Maybe I'll change the first sector so it does come back that way. So let's just modify this. And then... Okay, so now we're starting and going in opposite direction. And then we can go along there, join back up. And there we go. And just pretend it's not cutting across like that. Yeah. That, apart from the twiddly bit and the fact that most of it is in the favelas, it looks sort of realistic or plausible, I guess. But yeah, we need a name like Slum Speedway or what's the name? It's Autodromo is just like Spanish and Italian, isn't it, for circuit? Because that because Interlagos' full name, it's the Autodromo Carlos Pache or Pace, however you say it. Brazilian Macau, Rio Dog Street Circuit, Flushing, Queens, New York City. Isn't Flushing Meadows in Staten Island? I don't know why they call it Flushing Meadows. Autodromo das Favelas. Yeah, Autodromo of the Favelas would be that. Hardcore Monaco. What are the other Brazilian names you could give it? Senna. Senna didn't grow up in the favelas. He actually came from a fairly well-off family. I was going to say, I've always called it the Senna Speedway. Autodromo de Janeiro. That's actually quite clever, Con. Autodromo das Favelas. Yeah, maybe Autodromo de Janeiro. I was trying to think of Brazilian things, and all I could think of was like capoeira, however you say it, caipirinha. Oh, that's in the wrong. I'll turn the motorsport thingies back on, but that's in the wrong one. So yeah, it starts nice enough, got these nice wide highways and avenues. Those houses look, well, actually no, they're not, they don't look quite so nice. Oh dear, yeah. God, look at that. How steep is that? And it's just a sheer drop on one side. This is like, yeah, this is very Macau. That's crazy. You've got that alongside these like nice high-rise buildings. They're all so close to one another. Yeah. That one's just a bit of fun. Okay, so we've done Americas, Africa. So we've got to do Asia and Oceania next. Let's do one in Australia before any Aussies watching have to go to bed. So we did Perth last time. We did the other circuits, obviously Sydney. If we do Sydney, it has to go past the Opera House and over the bridge. Melbourne, of course, does technically already have a street circuit. So, which it's kind of crazy to think that Albert Park is a street circuit because it doesn't look... When the race is on, it looks like a normal circuit. But then when you... Outside of a race weekend, you would never know. It's completely unrecognizable. Like I mean, this is it in its debugged state. The grandstands are all gone. Like the gravel traps get taken away as well, which is insane. And obviously here it cuts through the middle of a car park and that. It's crazy. It looks nothing like it would. The main straight is a car park normally. Phillip Island, Hobart, Darwin, Tasmania. Yeah, because Sydney, Melbourne, those are very, very obvious. So somewhere like Alice Springs or Darwin or Hobart. Or Canberra. Canberra actually has some really interesting streets because it's got this really weird. It's got all very strange zoning plan. It's one of these planned cities. So yeah, we can do. Let's do something in Canberra. Ooh, lots of nice wide roads as well. Okay, I'm going to turn Australia on so I can see what's Parliament House, Old Parliament House, Blundell's Cottage, going to damn Government House. Okay, there's a few landmarks. Okay, huge wide. That's going to work the driver's necks out. We're going to make very, very liberal use of that. That's not wide enough. That could... Unless this is the main straight. Just the ring road. Okay, so we're going to start... I want to see how much of this we can make use of. So let's just put that as the starting point. All the way around. Huge ring. I mean, the tyres are going to be destroyed by the end of this. The front left is going to be... It's going to wish it was never born. And then we have to get off here. So that's because we can't... Unless I decided to make the world's sharpest hairpin going up and along there. So along here we go. Another really annoying roundabout. Ooh, curvy thing there. Let's go. What's the length? 1.7 miles. Good. Excuse me. Underneath. Lots of long sustained corners. You'd need very stiff roll bars to deal with this. The first ever handbrake turn. 2.3. Okay. I need to change this because I can already see where it's going in terms of how it's going to look. So we're going to go this way, past whatever all of this is. Well, I think that's one of the Parliament buildings. Sus shape. Yeah, I'm desussing its shape. Can I get this to join? No. Why don't any of the... Is this a one-way, double one-way highway? Because they both join... No, that's to get off, of course. I'm being stupid. Because they drive on the left. I need to get back to there. Onto here. We can just go... Oh, I forgot that's there. Unless I just want to make some insanely sharp hairpin just for bants. Around. And then another one. Yeah. 3.7 miles. And I've sufficiently made it not the shape that it was looking like it was going to be. Okay, we need an Aussie name. We've had a honey badger already. There aren't any drivers from Canberra itself, although Mark Webber is from Queanbeyan, which is just outside Canberra, but it's actually in New South Wales rather than the Australian Capital Territory. Kangaroo circuit, koala circuit, circuit on the Barbie, Canberra moment, Marmite drove. Do they like Marmite? I thought, what's that stuff they have that's not Marmite? I've forgotten what it's called now. Canberra milk. What's with the milk? Webber's Milk Street Circuit, Canberra Milk. What's with the milk reference? Have you done the US city yet? We've done Chicago. Vegemite, that's what it was. That's what they all have over there. Circuit of the Aussies. What are those things? Boomerang, that's what they're called. Didgeridoo-drome. Everything else. Canberra Milk Kid. I'm a Canberra Milk Kid. Is that an Aussie thing? Okay, that's an Aussie thing. I don't know that. Upside down street circuit. This isn't didgeridoo dome. You don't call a circuit a dome. Autodrome. Aussie Autodrome. That's not very inventive. I am a Canberra Milk Kid. Apparently, I've never heard of that before. That advert. Didgeridrome. Didgeridrome. Oh, actually, maybe that would work. It's not shaped like a didgeridoo, but didgeridrome. Yeah. And again, that's not meant to be in that folder. Did I hear the sound of a super chat? Something went off. Why have I got my headphones on? I don't need those still on, actually. But I think I heard something. Maybe it'll come up in the chat in a second. Turn these off. Okay, let's play this. See how it looks. Actually, pause, let that load up. What was that went off there? Oh, nothing. Okay, just subscriber, I think. If someone donated money, thank you very much. It hasn't come up, so I can't see. Yeah. Oh, that's long. Lots of exploding tires. Looks like the early circuit for Need for Speed Most Wanted. Waltzing Matilda International Circuit. It's very pretty, Canberra. I think the weather is a lot milder because it's inland and it's at a fairly high altitude, and they get snow even in the winter. Yeah. I mean, there's obviously, I know that's Parliament House, but there's infinite space to make some kind of paddock out of that. Out of the didgeridrome. Okay, so now we need to do... Well, now we need to do Asia. Has it turned off all the Aussie tracks? No, they're all still up. Yeah, Queanbeyan is... Oh, there it is. Literally just outside the ACT. Yeah. Mark Webber's birthplace. Okay, so... Yeah, we need somewhere in Asia. We've done Tokyo and Pyongyang in the last episode. I don't think we did anywhere else in Asia. Well, we got the Maldives, Vladivostok, Mongolia, Kazakhstan, Ulaanbaatar, Seoul or Busan, Malay in the Maldives, Tajikistan, Shanghai. I mean, Shanghai has a proper circuit of Beijing, Manila, Seoul, Astana, Jerusalem, Kuala Lumpur, Stalingrad. Is that... Well, that's Stalingrad, that's the one that's now Volgograd, isn't it? But that's in the European part of Russia. Kabul, Eilat. I've never heard of Eilat. Con, Thailand, Chernobyl, we've done. That's in Europe. Hong Kong. Actually, yeah. Maybe Hong Kong. Kaliningrad, that's Europe again. Samoa, Uzbekistan. Half of these places aren't in Asia. Actually, yeah, maybe because we've got Macau, and then you just over the whatever the estuary, you could put something in Hong Kong. Already had one Hong Kong. Eilat is the very south tip of Israel. Oh, okay. Yeah, Macau. That is a great circuit, though. Look at the high speed and then the twisty stuff. Hong Kong. What could I make Hong Kong work? I want it to use, if it still existed, I would make it go past Kowloon Walled City or go through it, but that got dismantled a while back. Where is Asia, Hong Kong, Walled City? Oh, because it was there. If Kowloon Walled City still existed, I would want it to go either past it or through it. I think the densest neighborhood in history in terms of population, it was about that big and had a population of like 50,000. It was unreal. Hong Kong had Formula E. I didn't know they did that over there. Okay, maybe not Hong Kong. I'm seeing Indonesia, Iceland or Fiji. Neither of those are in Asia. Somewhere in India, Ulaanbaatar, Kuala Lumpur. I don't know Asian cities that well, unless we want somewhere in the Middle East. So Baghdad. Have we done Sheffield? Not yet. We'll get back to Europe after this. Mumbai, Maldives, Vietnam, Dubai. Maybe we should do Jerusalem. We'll keep this strictly on the topic of Formula One. Jerusalem, could that work? It has to go around. We need to go around Temple Mount and the Mount of Olives for obvious reasons. So a couple of highways. Do I have many like biblical locations marked or on this? Western Wall, Dome of the Rock, Church of the Holy Sepulchre, Mount of Olives. I thought I had the Siloam Pool on it. We can do something. We could work with that. So we'll turn these off. Yeah. That's okay. We can't use that as a paddock because that's a cemetery. There are some wide roads bisecting the border a lot. Okay, let's start here. Let's go along past what looks like a cemetery. Let's go down past Temple Mount. Get as close to Temple Mount as we can. It's this what looks like an absolutely colossal cemetery there. If we go under there through... Okay, that's just a roundabout. Well, that can be a really annoying hairpin for them. How long is it? 1.1 miles. So damn narrow it is indeed. I can't see half the streets because the buildings are so dense, and now I'm stuck because there's this perimeter wall going around as well. Where are the roads? How is it? I'm kind of saying you can't drive down half of, because this is like yeah. Maybe I should just go. Yeah, no. I should just go around the old city rather than through it. Because yeah, those buildings were built a long time ago, long before we had cars. So Ferrari can make, Charles and Carlos, they can do some social media tat involving exploring everything in the old city. Ooh, I pinged again. What does that... I'm really bad at stream. What does that mean? Oh, subscriber. Okay, that's all that meant. Good. Thank you for subscribing. I've missed your name, but yeah. 1.4 miles, so not too bad for length. Change the colour of the track. Yeah, for this one I might change it because otherwise it looks like the borders. Something yellow. Does that show up properly? Yeah, that's good. Bold. A nice bold yellow. That's some kind of... That looks like an amphitheatre of some kind. Like a modern one. And we keep going around. This is not very original. This maybe wasn't the best city to choose. What's the length on it? 2.1 miles. We can extend this a little bit. Let's backtrack a little. Go up and around here. And then... along... I mean, it's not bad. Yeah, yellow, I can't see it. Even my Israeli friend hates it. Oh, there's a reason I suggested Tel Aviv and Eilat for Israel. Jerusalem is such a dreadful city. Yeah. Does that... you can see that a bit better. Okay, dare I ask, we need a name. Let's... well, someone suggested the Roy Gotifi ring, or Roy Nassani Autodrome. Robert Schwartzman's now Israeli, apparently. He has an Israeli flag. Nissani Motor Center. We're not approaching the subject street circuit. The Holy City Grand Prix. Well, the Holy City, isn't that Rome? Or no, Rome's the Eternal City. Circuit de Saladin, but maybe we shouldn't go there. Schwartzstrome, Robert Schwartzstrome. Yeah, maybe that. Keeping it F1 relevant and not going to other places. The Robert Schwartzstrome. Yeah, his name is spelt not the way you'd expect it, even though it looks extremely... Shabbat Speedway. Yeah, the race, well, is they'd have to condense... Well, the thing is, they wouldn't... If we're going to play those rules, they wouldn't be able to do... They'd have to do quali on Sunday, because Shabbat is Friday to Saturday, isn't it? So they wouldn't be able to do any Friday practice or qualifying. But yeah, let's just see how this one looks anyway. Oddly enough, Jerusalem isn't been rendered fully in 3D. But yeah, okay, we'll go past all the historic sites. Not controversial circuit. But yeah, it goes around all the famous parts. So, but I don't think we're going to be racing in Jerusalem anytime soon. Okay, let's go back to Europe. Someone keeps shouting Penistone at me. We've had Dublin, Oslo. Thing is, if I chose Penistone, I have to deliberately try and make it shaped like a penis. Bratislava, Seville, Bratislava, Amsterdam, Berlin. Okay, we're gonna spend some time in Europe because everyone's throwing European cities at me. So let's start. Dresden, Dublin, Sheffield, Munich. That's too many. Okay, we'll start with Bratislava and then we'll throw in a few other European cities. Bratislava is here. Okay, so Bratislava has a castle. I know that much. And it's on the Danube. There's the castle. It probably has lots of very nice churches and stuff like that because it's a Central European city. We've got lots of highways, so that's extremely helpful. There's a canal going. That it wouldn't surprise me if that's a university. It's giving me those vibes. There's got this going around. Just south. But I think the historic centre is probably north of the river. Try the castle. David, may I ask, are you from Slovakia, or are you just a Slovacophile, if that's a word? This could work. We could fit something in there, and it goes about as close to the castle as you can get. If it went there, you'd have the castle like overlooking it, and it goes right past the river. Eastern Slovakia. Ah, nice. Oh, I put the Schwarzstrom in the Israel bit. It's not meant to be in there. Wrong folder. Close off Asia. Circuits. Pompeii. That's an idea. A circuit in Pompeii. Turn this back to red. Okay, so let's start. I think we're making use of that section. Let's just make this the start finish straight. Can be somewhere. Although if we go that way, that's going to take us off in a weird direction. Okay, we'll ignore this little section. Pilsen, that's in Slovenia, isn't it? Any way to go through the castle? Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen. But we'll go past there. So let's start. Okay, here, this'll work. Here's a starting point. Going along. Tram lines I can see. Nice and narrow, nice and extremely narrow. Up. Okay, I'm gonna throw in the world's most annoying hairpin. And then we're gonna keep going along here, and then we need to get back down there at some point. Keep going around. Bit more open and fast. There we go. Passing this, which I don't know what that is. If we go right, we end up having to go all the way up there. We're 1.3 miles, so we can afford to extend this more. Up and along. Alonso's from Asturias, and close to Asturias there's a city called Bilbao. Isn't he from Oviedo? Which maybe it's in Asturias, if that's one of the like provinces or states, or what do they have in Spain? Are they provinces or counties or like regions? Because I know the Basque is just called a country, but then you got like Catalonia and all the other ones. 1.8. Can you do the Madrid street so we can see what it looks like? Actually, yeah, maybe I should. I would need to find. I don't know where. I don't know where in the city it is. That's the problem. Unless I just actually maybe we should do Madrid, and I can just design. I can just design a better circuit than them. 2.4 miles. Okay, this is going to be really fast. We're going down here. Got ourselves a kink. No, across here through the middle of this park. 3.2 miles. 3.5 miles. Autonomous communities. Okay, that's what they're called. I mean, this is extremely 1950s, just looking at this. Okay, this is the fun part. A Slovakian name. Don't really know much about Slovakia. I can't think of any famous Slovakians off the top of my head. It does look like a bird. Corruption circuit. Yeah, that could be one. I know Czech stuff. I don't know anything about Slovakia other than it used to be part of Czechoslovakia. Eagle's Claw Speedway. Madrid is near the airport. Maybe we could find it actually, because I remember roughly what it looks. But we'll head over to Madrid while I think about this. Pressburg, Ham 6 Streets. Is there like any Brad is in lava circuit? Don't they have isn't there like Slovakian beer that they produce, or Stefanik Speedway, Stefanka Slavin? I can't think of any Bratislava puns that would fit for the floor is lava Speedway, Prague Light Ring, totally not Slovenia. Yeah, maybe just totally not Slovenia Speedway. Totally not Slovenia Speedway. Okay, and how does this look? Let that load up. Yep, really, really narrow. Goes past the castle, down, but then nice and fast through there. Opens up. I'm sure that's lovely in real life, and I don't know what building that is, but yeah. Yeah, I can see it's a very pretty Central European city, Bratislava. Okay, so I mentioned Madrid, so we can find where they've actually put this new circuit. It's near the airport, and the airport is here, Paracuelos del Jarama. Is Jarama near the city? I mean, I've got it plotted. Europe, condensed England down, Spain. Community of Madrid, Circuito de Jarama. Oh, it is. It just doesn't show up. Okay, Jarama is right near Brazil. And this is not loading, which is fun. Okay, that's not going to... I love how it loads everything except the circuit, but whatever. So it's the new circuit where it helped me out. It's near the near the airport. I know that it went around like it looked like it was going through like a business park in the pictures, and there was highways nearby. Ifema. I don't like searching. Like I feel like that's cheating. I like finding stuff myself. Rejas Coslada. I'm assuming I've got the right airport, unless Madrid's got more than one. Expo Center. I feel like we're getting warmer to where it would have been. It's on screen now. I'm trying to remember how the layout looked. Next to the circle. Yeah, I thought so. Yeah, no, that's where. Yeah, it was here, and then it goes around there, doesn't it? It wasn't a good layout. No, it uses that and up and around the highway, and then they're going to build, I guess, through this country club. Isn't what they were doing. So it isn't even that good. I just looked at it and I was like, there are no overtaking spots. But they've got a lot of work. See, I'm at least using streets that exist now. I'm not building new ones over country clubs. What is that ring? What is going on here with this? It looks like the Nardo ring in Italy, where they do like high-speed car tests on that massive ring. But yeah, that's where they're building it. It's nowhere near, like, I guess it's not that close to the city centre. Yeah. I don't know what they're doing with that. Unless it's building where you're building, whole bridges, I guess, yeah. Not building any, apart from the bridge. But that was just how I was just having to subvert geography. I don't know. If you look above the highway, it's going to be built to the football pitches. So up here, those are tennis courts. Up using that. Yeah, I wasn't impressed so much with it. Hello from Daytona Speedway. I got too much sunburn, so I'm in the car watching this. Oh, you've been watching the 24 hours. Is it over yet? I've seen it all over Twitter. I haven't paid attention to when it starts or ends. The 24 hours. Nice. Okay, yeah, we'll leave Madrid. I can't with that one. I will just so for fun, because things are in such close proximity. To Barcelona, we've got Montjuic, Pedralbes, and Catalunya, all within like a few miles of one another. They're like three of the closest F1 circuits to each other. And I never think of Barcelona as being that close to the sea. But yeah, and right near a river, apparently. Sweden used to have a circuit, so how about Oslo? Ireland is being thrown. Oslo. Yeah, I've seen Oslo. Let's try Oslo. Let's give Scandinavia a bit of loving. Close that down. What can we do with Oslo? Is Oslo hilly? Not particularly. It's actually surprisingly flat for Norway. There's highway thing. That's a railway. Can't use that. That's a huge train station. We could pass over it, maybe. I'm not brilliant on landmarks in Oslo. I'm assuming there's a palace somewhere. Maybe I have it marked. I have a river marked, and I have the Royal Palace. Okay, that's my one landmark for Oslo. But these roads are wide. 2 hours left at Daytona. All right, okay, 2 hours to go. I've seen there's a bunch of IndyCar and a few ex-F1 people involved, so it's getting a lot of attention this year, more than I've noticed before. Close that again. Circuits. Was to go around or near the palace at one point. But let's start here. Anna and Elsa Autodrome. Yep, that's good. That's one. Or the Frozen Frozen circuit, or keep going along. That looks like it's going under this building. That's going off. Okay, so we got a tunnel. You can go under. I have absolutely no idea where that tunnel comes out. And then there's another one. Where does that tunnel go? Maybe not the tunnel, because I don't know where it's going to take us. So turn up there and around. across 1.1 miles. We can go around this building, whatever that is. Interesting shaped like little ring road going around it. And then maybe just straight down. And along. Relatively, it's definitely on the shorter side. Okay, that is, yeah. That's a huge accident waiting to happen, but we'll throw that in. Those are tram lines. I thought that was road. Across there. Okay, this is a shorter one, but just over about 2.5 miles, but it's something. I mean, that looks fairly realistic as a circuit design, I guess. But yeah, so what have we got for names? So I've seen Anna and Elsa Autodrome, Erlin Ring, Haaland Ring, any other famous Norwegians, Solberg, Edvard Grieg. That final sector has a nice additional possible area to its southwest. Maybe actually, yeah. We can extend this a little bit. I think I see what you're going for. Oh no, that's a bridge. Okay, we go down and around, and then. Again, extremely annoying roundabout. Can't not do it. Dennis Hauger. Okay, yeah, I was trying to think of Norwegian drivers, and for some reason I forgot Dennis Hauger. Yeah, that's something. I think that's improved. Chicken winner Autodrome. Winner chicken dinner. Mats Zuccarello Ring. Do Ljubljana in Slovenia, and then do somewhere in South Korea plus Solo do Busan. I'll call this the Haaland Ring. Even though he's not a racing driver. But how does it look? Yeah, it's not quite nice. Goes around the church. Buildings all look fairly uniform. Oh, look at the size of that ocean liner. Or cruise ship, I should say. It's better. Oh, bit of elevation. It goes uphill a little bit. Yeah. That's not bad. Okay, so I'm getting Cork, Dublin, Yorkshire's being thrown at me, Busan, Fish Drome, Schwerin. That's in Switzerland, isn't it? I think. Florence, Amsterdam, Iceland, Riga, Kiel, Athens. Southeast Asia. Which tool are you using? Google Earth. The Hague, Leipzig. It's too many. I wish there was more than one person saying the same city, but everyone's given me a different one. Schwerin. It is in Germany, isn't it? I don't know where in Germany. Leipzig. Maybe we should do somewhere in Germany. God knows which city. Kiel. That's up here by the canal is its namesake. Berlin. Well, we've got, as you can see, that there's Avis. So they've had a street circuit of sorts in the past, which is, yeah, I can't actually believe that they drove there. The banked corner here, there wasn't a fence at the top, so if you went too fast, you would just fly off, which did happen a few times, I think. I don't know about the rest of the city. Obviously, that's through the Tiergarten. We've got this massive, long avenue to work with. Brandenburger Tor as well. We can't pass through it. It's too narrow. We can go past it. That's the Reichstag as well. I think we can make... Actually, yeah. I think we've got something here that could work. Start on the Tiergarten. Massive, long main straight. I want to go past the Reichstag, but then... Oh, no. Slightly shortened straight. Let's go along here. Past the Reichstag. Or Reichstag, however you're meant to say it. Past the Brandenburger Tor. Through Potsdamer Platz. That's the Berlin Philharmonie, where the Berlin Philharmoniker are based. So if we carry on, these are some very well-designed roads. Tiergarten Viertel, Zoo Quarter, I think that means. We've got a little canal. How long are we? 1.8 miles. Maybe that's all it needs. Just run along the canal here. And then up this avenue. All the way around the roundabout. And then back along. That's something. You probably could do more with that, but that's it's fairly fast and it hits the famous bits. So let's think of names. German names. I will accept Nazi names. They just need to be tasteful Nazi names. Deutsche Ring. Yep, that's one. Strudel Circuit, although I think Strudel is Austrian. Fasten the... Oh, that's brilliant. Fasten the Führerrius. That's very good. Vettel Arena, yeah. Mein Gott Ring. Is there a pun for Mein Kampf that works for a circuit? No, I can't fit Mein Kampf into something. Red Bull failed art class. Michael Schumacher Straßenring. The David Hasselhoff, the Bear Ring. Mein Gott. I like Fast and the Furious. We can have that one, I think. And the Führer. Yes. Mein Kampfi racetrack. South Yorkshire. Okay, yeah, we'll do South Yorkshire then because everyone's going on about that. The Hulk Ring. So, big ass straight. Paddock in the trees in the Tiergarten. There's the Reichstag. Brandenburger Tor. Past some big ass buildings. Berlin Philharmonie. That's the statue. Oh, I can't remember who the top of the statue is. Amsterdam. Fast and the Furious. That's a great name. Ooh, actually, I have. I'll just show this off. Where is it? Berlin Wall. I have the entire Berlin Wall put in, and yes, it did take a long time to find it. And this actually uses part of it where it used to go. Interestingly enough. Ljubljana, Slovenia, then do Seoul, Busan, Barnsley, Sheffield. Let's do Seoul, and then we'll do Penistone. So Seoul, Korea. Oh goodness me! This is quite something. Look how tiny some of these roads are. That's so, like, that's such a typically Asian city in terms of how dense everything is. Seoul had Formula E. They did, and also there is the fictional Seoul street circuit in Gran Turismo 4, which I haven't marked down. I have absolutely no idea where that is in the city. I'm guessing somewhere right in the historic centre. So we've got the park here. I don't know if I have anything marked for Korea. South Korea for... I have the Namdaemun, which I think is a temple. Yeah, I've got that. That's my only point of reference for historic stuff in Korea, in Seoul even. There are some wider roads here. We've got the hills with the park. I think we've got some potential. That's a tunnel. Okay, that's a pain. Where does that come out? All the way over there. Okay, we can't make use of that so much. Let's start along here. That's nice and wide next to this absolutely enormous street train station. So start here. Oh Christ, look at these roads. I do not envy people that have to drive around these. That's interesting. I'm guessing that used to be an overhead railway that's been turned into like a walkway. I'll investigate that in my own time at some point. I love like abandoned railways and stuff. I've got a lot of those plotted. That looks like Macau. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I could make it vaguely similar to that. Turn here around there. Ooh, I know. Along here. And then around there. Tunnel. Yay, tunnel. And then we're going along these hills. But then we're going to end up getting kind of stuck. Possibly. We'll just keep going on along here. We'll turn off here because that's the earliest point that we can. And now I need to find my way back up there. Okay, there's a big avenue there we can make use of. So if I go along here, up and around, curve up and around there. And then, oh no, we have to go around the roundabout, of course. And then maybe actually just go straight across this hecking great main straight. Yeah. Okay. So we need a name, a non-North Korean name, something Korean. Kimchi, that's Korean. Gangnam Style, K-pop, Psy. What's that? BTS. They're that K-pop band everyone's obsessed with for some reason. Hyundai Streetway. Hyundai are Korean, so a Sangyong and Daewoo. Ban Ki-moon was Korean. The Good Korean Grand Prix. The Psy Ring, sponsored by BTS. By the Speedway. Seoul Dong Ring. Samsung International Railway. Kimi Ring. Actually, maybe the Psy Ring, sponsored by BTS. That could be one. Psy Ring, because we've got corresponding circuits in both Pyongyang and Seoul. Sponsored by BTS. Where's it gone? Oh no, I just clicked cancel, didn't I? Okay. Well, the record will show that this circuit existed, but I can't be asked to draw that again. Okay. I clicked cancel, didn't I? Unless it ended up. No, it would show up if it put in the Korea folder. Yeah. Okay. It's time for Penistone. I need to make this as... I don't know much about Penistone other than it's not a city. I need to make this as phallic as possible. Bradford, Huddersfield, Halifax. It's near the... where's Penistone? No, it's not. It's down by Sheffield. Stocksbridge. We're getting closer. Stocksbridge. Penistone! Where have we done till now? We have done Port Louis, Mauritius, Chicago, Seoul, even though I forgot to save it. Where else have we gone? Canberra, Bratislava, Oslo, Paris, Berlin, Rio de Janeiro. Why isn't this loading the top half? It loves to do that. Okay, I'll need to shut down Google Earth and reopen it. Down. Get rid of Discord to get rid of my face. Where is it? Google Earth. Blah, blah, blah. Why isn't it opening? Well, now you can see how many games I've got. Okay. Back to Penistone. Huddersfield. There it is. How can I make this work? Oh, it's still doing that. Why is it doing... Okay, maybe not Penistone, because for some reason it's just not loading the top half. Unless if I set it to historic imagery. Oh, we got it working. Historic from January this year. How do I make this look like a penis? It's censored for obvious reasons. Yeah. Dick Seaman ring. Okay, no, that's not. If the railway's in the way, that's too narrow to work. Let's go. Make sure you go past the big Tesco. I have no idea where the big Tesco is, but anything that looks like looks Tesco shaped from above, I can try and make it work. It's not very big, is it? That's what she said. Okay, maybe it doesn't have to look like a cock, but we'll just do something. So there's a straight road. We've got railway. Looks like we've got an abandoned one. I need to plot that if there's an abandoned railway there. It looks like the station used to split in two. Okay, this is a wide road. We can make something happen here. That could be the paddock. Yeah. Oh, that's white. Wrong setting. Oh, okay. Properties. That's what I meant to do. Okay, let's go. So we go along here. It's the Transpennine Trail. Ah, okay. See, I've done a lot of abandoned railways, but not that far north. We're gonna go up here because it just goes past some houses. And then junction. That looks like a school, and a school play. Yeah, that's definitely a school. All the kids will want to come to school on a Sunday. Old Woodhead Pass line. Of course, the Great Central Railway, the Woodhead line is the tunnel that goes under the Pennines that they closed for some reason. I don't know why they closed that, because it connects Manchester directly to Sheffield. That was one in the Beeching Cuts, which just made no sense to me. Roundabout, let's go all the way around the roundabout. Under the railway, or the Transpennine Trail. How long is this? 0.8 of a mile. Okay, so we can extend this quite considerably already. Up. Okay, that takes us all the way out. So, ooh, actually, that does take us all the way out. That could be, yeah. This is looking. This will make this more really old school. Actually. Motorcyclists would love this, and then we're going to go all the way around the roundabout. This is giving me like Isle of Man TT vibes now. Past the farm. Oh, I thought that's the railway. I thought that was the road. Oh well. So we keep going. And how are we looking? 3 miles. It's going to be on the longer side, but still. And then we need to get back into the town. This looks less like a racing circuit and more like the route you would take if you just went for a Sunday walk or like on Christmas or something. That's what it kind of looks more like to me. And here, and past the River Don, under... And then somewhere called Springvale, apparently, under the railway. And there we go. 5.5 miles, that one is. Okay. Voila. Looks like Melbourne. It does a little bit. Won't it be too long? It probably is too... Well, I don't know if... Maybe it is too... I can't remember if there is like an upper limit for circuit length these days, because Spa is just over 4 miles and that's the longest one. Oh God. The cock ring. I mean, yeah. I was going to say, let's think of names, and you've already thought of a perfect one. I was going to say, ask for, Yorkshire names other than, Tetley and T and blah blah blah, but then you've come out with cock ring. How many laps can you fit? It would probably be somewhere in the region of 35 to 40 at that length to fit the 300-kilometer thing. The White Rose Raceway. Famous Yorkshireman. Jeremy Clarkson's from Doncaster. He's a Yorkshireman. English Civil War Circuit. Sausage Ring. Spinalazar, that is outrageous. Grand Prick. What have I joined? This is Penistone in Yorkshire. We did it because of the name. I wanted to make it look phallic, but that wasn't really an option. 7 kilometers, Grand Prick Circuit. But no, I think Cockring steals the show, so that's what this is going to be called. The Cockring, and it is. Let's see how it looks. Oh, there's hills, elevation, girth pre. The Big Dick Ring. John Stones is from Penistone. Is he a footballer? Yeah. Oh, yeah. John Stones. He's played for England, hasn't he? Oh, there's lots of hills. It looks pretty enough, even in 2D. Motorcyclists, they would eat this up. Right. Have you made a track for your hometown? No. That's what I was going to do, actually. Cuck Circuit, Central UK, yeah. That's a good idea, actually. I was considering that. Here's what we're going to... Oh, this is pretty. What a lovely place Penistone is. There's like, oh, I mean, it's not loading anymore, but there's a valley there. Oh, no! Google Earth's freaking out. I had a feeling I was waiting for it to crash on me. Okay, we've lost that. That was annoying. It won't have saved that because it crashed like that. Oh dear. Well, we know where it was. What is going on today with Google Earth? 2 weeks ago it was fine, and now it's just Google Earth couldn't handle the girth of the track. Yeah. Okay. So I mentioned before about I've plotted lots of abandoned railways. Okay, we've seen before how much I've plotted. Look what happens when I do this. I have just blinged out the UK to within an inch of its life in terms of place marks. So you're looking at a mixture of historic locations. Most of the white lines are current railways. Most of the red ones are closed railways. The blue are all rivers and canals. You can tell this is the product of at least 10, 15 years of work that I've done here. And I've got the entire railway network of the Welsh Valleys done. And just anything interesting. And from, the F1 perspective, we've got our Motorsport Valley because we got, Haas, Aston Martin, Red Bull, Mercedes, Silverstone. Oh, look at this. Yeah, see, these are all the past variations of Silverstone over the current one. So it's not loading everything, which is definitely concerning me that it's going to freak out and crash on me again. Why is it being weird? Okay. Yeah, the very first usage of Silverstone in 1948, I think it was the perimeter, but they went down the runways like that and then went around the outside. And then by 1950 they got rid of that and it just did the outer one and then they gradually changed. I love that if you go there, you can walk along this part of the circuit now. And it's in this section they put a stage up and that's where they do the concerts and get the drivers out at the end. Is it true that traveling by train is crazy expensive? It is. It's not as expensive as it was, but for me to get home, which takes just over an hour on the train, it costs about £50. So it's not cheap. If I wanted to go from here in the south up to Scotland, that would cost well over £100, like £150, £200 to go from King's Cross to Edinburgh. Yeah, the trains are expensive and also not very good. And also everyone's there's all these strikes all the time as well. So yeah, it's not brilliant at the moment. Aston Martin, don't they have a new factory now? Actually, I think as well, or maybe they've just improved this, but that was theirs for a while. Let's turn off historic imagery. Diddley Squat Farm, Alpine, Team Enstone, Diddley Squat, Clarkson. So he's actually right near Clarkson's farm. Is actually right near Alpine, and then we've got the old Caterham factory. I'm amazed nobody has used this yet. Because there was Caterham, and before that it was Super Aguri, and before that it was Arrows. And it's this whole site, perfectly good use, and no one seems interested in taking it up. And it's just sat there gathering dust and slowly falling to bits. Yeah, planes are faster and in many cases cheaper. Like long distance, if you're going to fly like to London and stuff, yeah. Okay, so I mentioned my hometown. I'll do that, and then I'm seeing more requests for Ljubljana and Dublin, Istanbul. Let's turn that off, although it's turned off all the F1 related stuff, but that's not a disaster. I'm gonna do my hometown, which is Corsham in Wiltshire, and I want to see if I can what I can do with this. 10 points to anyone who's from Corsham. I doubt anyone is. It would be very lucky if one of the 47 people watching are, or even from Wiltshire. So what can I do? Okay, so this it needs to go. It's going to go past my house. I'm not going to tell you where that is, but it will pass my house at some point. And I think I did years ago. I did try designing one to go through my hometown. But we have this long Pickwick Road, which goes into the town centre around here. That's the high street. I'm going to do something here. You could make that could turn... that's the leisure centre. That could turn into a paddock somehow. So we'll start there. Go along here. High Street's all very pretty. It's all these old... it's a town of weavers. Sheep weaving was the main thing we used to do. That's the cricket club. If we go down over the railway... No, I know. Turn down here, past the cricket club, down Station Hill. This is a very steep hill going downhill this way. It goes down to what used to be the train station that was closed in the 1960s. And then it would go uphill again. This again is another very steep hill. Goes all the way down here. Over the railway. This again goes uphill. This is going to be long. Actually, I need to find a road. This is going to be too long, but yeah, I know the roads up here. Place is full of cottage vibes. Not so much cottages. You on the outskirts of the town, you will, but in the town centre, it's mostly like terraced housing, but nice enough looking. This is quite a nice country lane on the side of a hill. That's Box Tunnel, or it's the eastern portal of Box Tunnel, which when it was built by Brunel in 1830 something, it was the longest railway tunnel in the world at 1 mile and 3/4, and it comes out here, and then it heads off into Bath. But yeah, so that's you can see it from the bridge there. That's one of our main points of historical points. Also, Corsham itself, it's surrounded by MOD bases. So there's all of this. This is all military stuff. That's an old picture, but this was a naval base that Prince Philip, the deceased Duke of Edinburgh, actually did his naval training at as well. Yeah, you would never fit this road is way too narrow to fit a Formula One car in. But then we go up along to Hawthorne. This road is quite wide. It goes up the hill past all the military bases. Big ass roundabout. I'll turn, instead of going all the way up into Rudlow, I'll turn around. And then we keep going along. Would you love to have an F1 Grand Prix in your hometown? Do you think it would be disastrously boring? Well, the track would be kind of chaotic. It would be interesting. I think the town would struggle to cope with the influx of spectators. It's a population of 11,000, and if you think that Silverstone gets 100,000 on race day, you can see what that might do to the place. Go back up past Catherine Park, up around this mini roundabout, past here, past the Hare and Hounds, one of the local pubs, and then back along Pickwick Road. Yeah. 4.3 miles. God knows what I'd call it. Yeah, that's not much of a circuit, really, now that I look at it. Yeah, it goes past... So yeah, it hits the town centre, it goes out a bit, goes past the bases. It goes past my house. I haven't said where that is. HRT Drome. Peter Brooklands. Oh, that's a great name. Peter Brooklands. Where have we done? Chat, help Bois out while listing the cities we've done, because I can't think off the top of my head. We've done quite a few. We've covered each continent. Peter Brooklands. How does that look? Pickwick Road, down past the Cricket Club, Station Road, past the railway line, then up to Valley Road. Nice steep hill up there, very steep going down there, over the railway, Potley Lane, Industrial Estate, Leafield Industrial Estate, into West Wales. Again, it goes downhill steeply. This road is quite wide. We've got all the MOD bases up here. This goes uphill. Good for cycling. And across... very fast, yeah, very vintage. This one is. It's the kind of thing you could say, oh, they could have raced there in like the 50s or a circuit like this. Okay, what was I going to do? So everyone's going at me at Dublin, Ljubljana. Okay, let's do Ljubljana, Slovenia. Or actually, if I could do one going around Lake Bled, that'd be very pretty. Quick detour. After I did the first stream, I then went all out on the Isle of Man. I had no idea. This is the Isle of Man TT course. It's 36 miles long. I had no idea it was that big. I thought it... Because I thought it was a point to point. I didn't realize it was like a lap thing. I did find out when I started referencing non-championship Grand Prix, there was an Isle of Man Grand Prix in the 1950s, and it used a circuit that went around Douglas. There was 5 different configurations they used from the 30s to the 50s, and part of that is still used as part of the Isle of Man TT course, and the actual paddock is here. So yeah, just a bit of fun. God, look at the size of it, though. Okay, what did I say? Ljubljana. Or if I can make Lake Bled work. Because that would just be... How big is... Where is the lake? Because there's Triglav. Bled. Oh, it's tiny. I thought it was bigger than that. Okay, maybe not around there. Yeah, we'll do Ljubljana. Let's see what we got here. Big ass train station in the middle. A couple of wide roads. That has potential. I think we're going to be starting. We're starting along here. Zanzibar. That's a country. Well, that's an ex-country, isn't it? Zanzibar is what's now Tanzania, isn't it? Yeah, it was German East Africa, then it was Tanganyika, then it was Zanzibar, and then it was Tanzania, I think. If my colonial history serves me correctly. Okay, big ass roundabout. Let's make use of that. Let's go down across. Pompeii. We're hearing that one. I've been badgered about Dublin, so after this we'll hit up Dublin. So we've got Belfast in. If I go left... Okay, that's a tunnel. Okay, under the railway. Again, I don't know any historic locations in Ljubljana. Let's keep going along. 1.6 miles. 0.85. Okay, I can extend that because that's already not very inventive. Little bit of a curve. Davidstow. Where's that? Is that East Anglia? Felixstow's in Suffolk, isn't it? I don't know where Davidstow... Unless that's Davidstow and it's actually in Poland or something. Could I send you a few circuits I've done myself on Instagram? Yes, go ahead. You can DM me those. Or do it Discord. Speaking of, join my Discord server. I mean, you saw a flash of it earlier when I was minimizing everything. All good fun and games in there. Link in the description and on my main channel. 2.8 miles. Okay, we keep going up. I'm making use of all the widest roads. Hosted 3 Davidstow. Oh, Cornwall. Oh, yeah, non-champ. Oh, of course. Non-championship. Yeah, I've only just started looking into non-championship Grand Prix. So Davidstow. That should. I need to find the circuits and plot them. Yeah, again, this is another very long. Well, this is a very long circuit. It's at least realistic because it's not using incredibly narrow tracks like the others I've done have. 4.84. Okay. Does anyone know anything about Slovenia? I know that one of the dancers on Strictly Come Dancing that doesn't do it anymore was from Slovenia. Aljaž, he's Slovenian. Doncic Park. Doncic. Anyone know any? He's a footballer. Slovenian footballers. Valter Bursa. Is he Slovenian or is he Serbian? Or Croatian? Totally not Slovenia Speedway, just to connect. Oh, you mean totally not Slovakia Speedway to connect to. Zlatko Zahovic was a Slovenian footballer. I saw an emu in Ljubljana once. I have a Slovenian YouTuber named Pathfinder. It's stereotyped for femboys. Okay, I don't know anything about this country, other than it used to be part of Yugoslavia. Of Slovenian ski jumpers, Zahovic. Maybe not totally not Slovakia Speedway, because then it complements totally not Slovenia Speedway. I'm going to have to close and open Google Earth every time because I'm now between each of them because I'm panicking. I'm paranoid it's going to crash on me and not save them because we've already lost 2. How does this look? Ooh, that's lovely. Look at that, very pretty. Nice wide, big ass roundabout. That is a huge train station for such a small country. But these roads are very well suited for a street circuit. Couple of tennis courts. Oh wow, that's like an old Roman amphitheater, or like chariot. That's what that looked like. It goes near. That's cool. Yeah, very lovely city. Okay, so I'll close and open that again. Come on, Google Earth. Don't need everyone staring at my desktop. Okay, what time is it? It's 5:15. I'll go until 6, so we've got another 45 minutes. I'll do Dublin, because people have been shouting at me about Dublin, and then we'll do some, well, quote-unquote silly places like Pompeii, and we did Pripyat before, just stuff like that would be just completely implausible. So, Dublin. Let's think about Dublin. Temple Bar. What is the historic stuff in Dublin? Ireland. The river, there's the castle. And Custom House. Okay, those are the only two things and Leinster. Okay, those are the only three things I've placed in Dublin. Not somewhere I've spent much time on Google Earth. So, I think it needs to cross the river. Needs to cross the Liffey at some point. On one of these roads. Quite wide. The trees in the middle are a bit of a pain in the arse. That looks like something in... Oh, Trinity College Dublin. Oh, it could go past that. That's a historic spot. Let's make this the main straight. So we go up along. I want to go over the river, and that's a nice wide bridge. So we're going to do that. Forgot about Venice. Yeah, Venice is a good shout. Going under here, under this railway. Nice curvy circuit. Okay, I need to do this bird's eye because the trees are messing this up. And then if we go here, straight down 1.4 miles. Can I make it go around that giant park maybe? A really annoying kink here, and then we go down. That's a dead end. That doesn't work. Up and around. And then we just go across 2.3 miles. Oh, no. A little bit longer. That's something. Again, that looks like a circuit to me. Eddie Jordan Raceway. Yeah, we wanted something Irish, as opposed to Eddie Irvine Raceway because he's from Northern Ireland. Newtownards, I think. There aren't many other Irish references you can make other than Ralph Furman circuit, even though he's actually from Norwich. And then the others, it's Derek Daly, David Kennedy, and Tommy Byrne are the only other Irish drivers. Hold Me Now circuit for the Johnny Logan reference. I don't get that myself, but you know, the Mrs. Brown's Boys circuit, Father Ted Speedway, Guinness Park, Jordan. Yeah, actually no, Jordan Grand Prix is Jordan Grand Prix circuit. I'll make it bloody caps lock. The Jordan Grand Prix. Oh, don't put it in the Ireland folder. Down. How does this look? I should go to Dublin sometime. Looks nice. I mean, if people go there for a good lash, weekend lash, but it looks pretty enough. U2 circuit. Derek Daly's name could stand, though, yeah. Yeah, this looks nice enough. I like the buildings on the waterfront. So we'll close, open again. That way of saving. Again, it doesn't want to open on the first attempt. I only play like 2 of these games on a regular basis as well. I download them and then never touch them. Dublin's massively overpriced. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. Okay, Venice. If we're going to do silly places, then yeah, Venice needs to be next. Venezia. Oh, good God. One of these bridges is the really, really famous bridge. I think it's that one. God. Is that's the... Okay, how many bridges are there, actually? No, that's the famous bridge. They'd have to race this in, like, minis or something. Okay, so we're making use of that bridge, at least, in some fashion, and I guess, strictly speaking, we have to use the other one. Why would they make only 2 bridges throughout the entire Grand Canal? Okay, well, they're going to have to, you know, genetically shrink the cars and the drivers down, or they're just going to have to race around in minis. Rialto Bridge, that's what it would be. I can't even see the streets, half of them. Okay, that looks wide-ish. Oh, that's a canal. Are there any actual roads in... There aren't, like, I can't even see... There's not... I mean, there are some roads, but not any really. Okay, well, we'll just start here and try and make that work. Have to race in jet skis. Maybe it does need to be a an aquatic race. I don't know whose idea was it to build this place? Like, I don't... Maybe it wasn't always underwater. But it's silly. Maybe they should just use the canals. Yeah, no, this is a new aquatic jet ski Grand Prix. So we can use this. This is the main straight / paddock, the Grand Canal. And then we have to go through here. Along, and then Rio de la Barcaroli. And then we come out here again, and then we'll cut across the canal to the Rio de la Pagola. And the Rio de San Paulo. Oh, goodness me. Paddle to survive. Yeah. Here, because this opens up slightly. Yeah, 1.5 miles on jet skis. Right, help me with a name for Venice. Venetian, because the Italian job is around Venice, isn't it? Or is that Florence? Machiavelli ring. Gutter ring. Canal Grand Prix. Canal Plus, and then it's only you can only get French coverage of it. Maybe just the gutter ring. This one. Binotto's Circuit. How does it look? God, it's a weird place. It must be so strange living there. Mussolini Acqua Spinala. A very strange place. Okay, so I've got to do Pompeii, and I've got to do that place in Cornwall. Padstow, was it? Or I've forgotten what now. Okay, we've got to do Pompeii. Naples, Pompeii is here. The ancient city of Pompeii. Davidstow, that's the one. Okay, well, this helps because the Romans were obviously brilliant at designing streets, that we've already got a bit of a backbone for this. So one of the avenues can work as a sort of paddock. This feels like the kind of circuit you'd see in Need for Speed. Okinawa. Okinawa's lovely. That's that old temple. We can use that as a paddock. So we go up, tiny little kink. Let's go up here all the way to the end. Okay, that's a dead end. I thought that was a road, and that's the perimeter fortress, so we can't do that. Then across Iwo Jima. Are there any roads on Iwo Jima? It's just a volcano and a battlefield. It needs to go around, so we keep going along. That's not much of a road left. I thought that was a... Okay, well, that's probably not meant to be a road, but that looks like a more modern one. It can cut through along here. God, this is like the old Crystal Palace circuit. That's elevated, but that's never stopped us before. Oh, it's a railway line. Really, really narrow. Okay, this is a really, really tight hairpin. And then around... past the mini Colosseum. Just over a mile. Yeah, this can only be done in chariots. Yeah, no cars, just chariots. And to extend it a little bit, we'll make them go along here past the amphitheatre. I'm assuming there's a road through there. Can't guarantee it though. Yeah, what a fascinating place though, Pompeii. Okay, that's something. Falklands, yeah, I could do Falklands. Okay, a name for Pompeii that we can think of. Something to do with volcanoes, Vesuvius, ash bodies, pyroclastic flows, Pink Floyd Raceway. I don't get the reference. I'm a big Pink Floyd fan, but Pompeii, does that come up? The Julius Caesar Ring, Eruption Grand Prix, the Lava Dome. Lava Dome, that's clever. Volcano Circuit, Magma Motorland. I like Lava Dome. That's a good pun. Of Pink Floyd at Pompeii, live in Pompeii. Oh, I didn't know they did that. I just listened to the albums. I didn't know they did. Obviously, I knew that they were known for having some very extravagant live performances back when they were still together. How does this look? Oh, that actually cuts into a valley through there. I didn't realise that from above. I love the detail that Google Earth gives us for like every individual building for Pompeii. Oh, there's more elevation than I was expecting, actually. Oh, I need to go there. And with Vesuvius just in the background as well. Very dramatic. Right, close, reopen. I'll do the place, I've forgotten the name again. I'll do the place in Cornwall and then we'll find some people are throwing Tuvalu at me and friggin' Falklands and Iwo Jima and Foxmash GP and Murano. God, why can't I remember the name of the place in Cornwall? Help me out. Something Stowe. Davidstow, that was it. Davidstow. Oh, where is Davidstow? I should know because I go to Cornwall a lot, or I've been to Cornwall a lot. Mousehole. That's not. I've never heard of Mousehole. Why would you call a circuit that? Okay, George, help me out. Davidstow, where is it roughly? Lizard Peninsula, Portreath, Truro, nearabouts. Oh, Launceston area. I just have to search for it. I can't. This will take forever if I try and find it myself. Davidstow, Camelford. Oh, I was miles off. What? Oh, it's tiny. Oh, we got some country lanes. This can be okay. This could be like some. And you said that they used to race here in the 50s. I could see that. I could see this triangle being a circuit in the 50s that like they would have done motorbikes on. There's an airfield below. Oh, maybe that's where they did the races then. Right. Okay. But yeah, I could see. I've already pictured a simple triangle that they could have done as a circuit. I'll look into this later because I didn't know that there was an old track here. So let's think about this. What can I do? This seems to be the closest thing they have to a main road. Although Davidstow itself seems to be just a farm, and then there's Trowassa. So if we go along, turn around, then up, and keep going along. I need to make it more interesting than just a triangle. But I could definitely see, 1950s motorbikes doing stuff on this. The airfield's open public use, and there's still races on it to this day. Oh, okay, they still race there. Fair play. I didn't know that. we're quite unique in this country in that a lot of our circuits are built on airfields. No other country really does that because like Silverstone, Castlecombe, Thruxton, Croft, those all used to be airfields. Does that go? Okay, we'll make it a little bit more interesting and have it get cut along through here. And then do these tiny little country lanes. And then back along to the end. Just over 3 miles, that is. Okay, I need a name. A Cornish name, something like Pasty Park or... what else is Cornish? Cornish pasties, Poldark, Tin Mines. Did you hear about potato race in Chicago? I did, and at the beginning of this stream, I designed a circuit in Chicago. It wasn't very good. Goliathstow. Okay. David. Oh, of course, Davidstow, Goliathstow. I see what you mean, Con. I can't think of any Cornish references to anything other than Cornish pasties and tin mines and Poldark. And Pirates, the Pirates of Penzance, St. Piran's Grand Prix. I'll just call it like Pasty Park, although you could misread it as, Pasty Park, but Pasty Park, that'll do. How does it look? Oh, hills. Hilly, that's good. Cornish hens. Yeah. Oh, yeah, they're a thing. Of course, Cornish hens. I should know more because my mum's from Cornwall. We've holidayed there a lot. I should really know more. Tuvalu. Yeah, let's do Tuvalu after this. That's a challenge. Find Tuvalu on a map unaided. Find any Pacific island on a map unaided. Yeah, very 1950s motorcycle TT course that is. Oh, and it's about the same size as the airfield, and they still do races on it. Yeah, you could make something work from that, from the perimeter fence and everything. Okay, close, open again. The Korean demilitarized zone. I don't think that's going to happen. Well, that would be a point to point. Just run through the DMZ without getting shot. That could be what that's meant to be. Okay, we're doing Tuvalu, and I need to find it. Tuvalu. It really is a free for all when it comes to the Pacific. Oh, there it is. When it comes to the Pacific Islands, it could be anywhere. Oh, God, it's an atoll. How am I meant to make this work? I can't even do like a perimeter track because it's broken up. Okay, how big is Whakaifau? Okay, there's okay, that can be something. The runway can double as the paddock. That road is not a road, that's more of a beach. So that doesn't actually join up to the central one, so that's extremely helpful. Right. Let's think about this. I could incorporate the runway. I can see tracks that would connect. Yeah, let's incorporate the runway. So we'll make the runway is the paddock and the main straight. I can turn off here. And then we go right here. I would just feel constantly nervous if I lived somewhere so small, like just barely above sea level. like one hurricane and the island just disappears forever. And we're going along. We keep going along. Little curvy thing here. Fun fact, Tuvaluans, they use the airport during its downtime to play sports like rugby. I mean, why not? I mean, when you live somewhere so confined, I guess you just got to make use of what little space there is as best you can. We're going around. Let's turn... Is that a dead end? That looks like a dead end. I want to get onto that beach. Okay, backtrack a little bit. Go right here. And then... maybe just across, and then here it would rejoin onto the runway. Help me out. Okay. Tuvalu, again, I don't know anything much about Tuvalu individually other than we call it something like Coconut Circuit or Atomic Autodrome. St. Helena. Again, does they have any roads on St. Helena? Nook. Greenland. Aquadrome, the Real Coconut Mall, Sinking Speedway, Atoll, Autodromo de Atoll. Maybe just, I don't even know if coconuts grow there, but maybe just Coconut Circuit. Coconut Circuit. I mean, you feel like they probably would do this themselves if they wanted a mock street circuit, not Formula One cars, but just whatever they could do. They would make a circuit like this and use the runway as the main straight. Well, it's tiny island, like thousands of miles away from anywhere else. Oh, just it's too cut off. Like that itself is actually quite small. The atoll is quite large, but most of it you can't do much with it. It's crazy. I'll fit in one more and then we'll go around each of them once and just see what we've done, and maybe I'll show you some of the other stuff. So people have said Falklands, Nooks come up. St. Helena. Okinawa. Interesting. Okinawa's meant to be really pretty because it's like Atlanta. Yeah. The Walking Dead Speedway. Svalbard. Again, Svalbard I don't think has any roads. In Longyearbyen. It'd be a miracle if Svalbard had any... You could do a rally course in Svalbard. Yeah, there's no roads anywhere. It's all just glaciers. Sealand and... What? It's like an oil rig, isn't it? Maybe we should do somewhere proper. Maybe we should do Atlanta. Somewhere a bit more substantial. I have noticed my viewership has dropped a bit since I started doing silly circuits. What can we do with Atlanta? I don't know where it is, but I would love to use the highway that Rick goes on horseback in the pilot of The Walking Dead as he approaches the city, which is probably this one, to be honest. Okay, so we got big-ass highways. So that's something that I could work with. Yeah, the highway can form the backbone of it, but then we just need to find a way off the highway. or interstate or whatever because it's not very high. This, oh goodness me, why aren't there any roads letting people off? Oh, okay. There's that little. What a maze! They drive on the right, so that I guess you'd have to go up here as the only way you get off. And if we go down there, then we're heading back towards downtown. That's where all the main center is. I go forward some more, and then we go left, and then around over that bridge. Again, nice, easy grid plan. It's easy to see where everything is, and then we need to find a way back onto the highway. I guess through that way. Could be. This is one option. Pretty simple design. Yeah, not my most inspired design, but that's something. 3.7 miles though, so that's a very fast circuit. Coming at really high speed into this very narrow slip road. That would be interesting. Okay, so we need Atlantean names, or Atlanta. All I know about it is that's where like The Walking Dead is set for like the first 5 seasons. I don't know anyone famous from Atlanta. Martin Luther King. Oh, Martin Luther MLK. He's from Atlanta, isn't he? Of course. Well, Martin Luther King Jr. ring. Maybe that just becomes Martin Luther ring. You could bring that down. Yeah, the Martin Luther ring. Okay. Just sort A to Z. Yeah. Okay, apparently it doesn't want to do that. McMurdo Station. Oh, on Antarctica. Yeah. Okay. I'll leave it there for designs for now, but we can just go. We can do a quick recap of what we've got so far. So, including the last episode, and I guess this is for people who weren't here at the beginning. So we have the Alan Shearer Street Park, sponsored by Greggs in Newcastle upon Tyne and Gateshead. The Altitude Sickness Park in La Paz, Bolivia, which I think is still the best one I've done. Autodromo de Janeiro, which involves making a massive viaduct to go over one of the favelas. But I couldn't not throw that in. Brexit Speedway in London. That was the first one we did in the first episode. The Vuortodrome, Kimi Räikkönen's home ground in Helsinki. Very small circuit, actually. That one. Then we just did Coconut Circuit in Tuvalu. Was it Tuvalu? Yeah, Tuvalu, not Vanuatu. The Deep Fried Circuit, sponsored by Iron Brew, which was in Edinburgh. And I think there is some potential there. Can you pull up a few that we've created if we send you them? It depends. I don't know how to insert the file into Google Earth to make it show up. After the stream, if you DM me and I can sort that out before the next one. That's an idea, actually. People, if you send me your own designs, I can either plot them in manually, or if you give me the Google Earth file, I can put it in, and then I can show them off to people in the next stream. Then we got the Dictatordrome in Pyongyang, which does look quite fun, actually. The Didgeridrome in Canberra, Australia. Again, it's going to destroy the front left tyre with that and then that as well. The very first one we did nearly 3 hours ago for Nav, Dodo International Circuit in Port Louis, Mauritius. Which, yeah, I mean, the roads are too narrow, but, you know, there's something there. Empire Circuit Street of Mind in New York City. That looks bitchin'. I think that would be fun. Just next to the Gran Turismo 4 one. Fast and the Furious in Berlin. Very fast. Again, this looks like something they would have raced in, you know, dare I say, the 1930s if they wanted a Berlin Grand Prix. I mean, there probably was. Well, no, they did. Well, there's the Formula E circuit in the old airport, the Tempelhof. I think they did use that for racing, actually, as well. So it wouldn't surprise me. But God, look at that for a Formula... Who designs them, these Formula E circuits? They're just kart circuits at the end of the day, really. Ferris Bueller's Race Day Off. This was... Oh, God, that's actually awful. Looking back at that. So obviously we've seen the news about Chicago might host a race, and this is my attempt, and that it looks like it was made in Minecraft. It's like a 12-bit circuit, like it's or 16-bit circuit. It's awful. That needs looking at. The Freedom Ring in Washington DC, which I think is pretty cool. Goatee Street Circuit in Quebec with a really, really steep hill. Even though Latifi isn't actually from Quebec City, I think he's from... I don't know where he's from, but somewhere in Canada. The Gutter Ring, the least tasteful name we could give to a jet ski track in Venice. The Haaland Ring in Oslo, not bad actually as a design. That one could I could picture like IndyCar doing something with that. How do I send my track designs? You can DM me on either Instagram or if you join my Discord server, you could DM me in there. One of those two would work. The Honey Badger Street Circuit in Perth. That one is the most realistic. I think of the ones who designed that one looks genuinely plausible as a circuit. He's from Montreal. Yeah, I thought so. I knew it would be in the French-speaking part. Jordan Grand Prix Circuit in Dublin. Again, not bad. The Lava Dome, if you want to do any chariot racing in Pompeii. Martin Luther Ring, which we just did in Atlanta. Pasty Park. Or no, I've done it. I knew people say pasty. It's meant to be pasty park. That's how you spell pasty. Cornish, yeah. Pasties, i.e., yes. I always only ever see it in plural. In Davidstow, Cornwall. The Peter Brooklands that goes past my in my hometown. It goes past my house, and I'll leave you to try and guess where that might be. In Corsham. The Radiation Ring in Chernobyl. Again, we're not going to be going there anytime soon. Pasty Parker looks at the old Hockenheim ring. Yeah, speaking of, I'll show you the old Hockenheim ring in a second. This one in blue, we did the Robert Schwartz-Drome. That was the most politically correct name we could think of for doing a circuit that goes around the holiest site in basically all three Abrahamic faiths. Then the Sahara Ring, this is the worst one, I think, that just goes past the pyramids. The Sato Speedway, going around the Imperial Palace in Tokyo. The Stitch Speedway in Hawaii that looks like a fish. It looks like a whale shark, actually. It's got the proportions right. The Surrender Speedway in Paris, which includes part of the George V Paris rally circuit in Gran Turismo 4. This is kind of crazy, but I needed it to go under the Eiffel Tower and then around Arc de Triomphe and hit all of that. the Unsinkable Circuit in Belfast that goes. I think that is the dry dock that Titanic was built in. The One Ring in Auckland, Middle Earth. One of the better ones, I think, actually. The Tom Price Circuit in Cardiff, which goes past my college that I used to study at when I lived in Cardiff, and goes past the castle and down. It doesn't actually. Oh, it only touches a little bit of St. Mary Street. And then the last two, we had the Totally Not Slovakia Speedway in Slovenia. And then the Totally Not Slovenia Speedway in Slovakia. Oh, the cock ring. Yeah, of course. No, the cock ring, and there was the one in Korea. Google Earth crashed. They're there in spirit, though. But those ones, yeah. Maybe I'll have to put those in again later. Just so they are added. Okay. To end, I think maybe I'll show you... Let's look at some more F1 specific stuff for a bit. So someone mentioned Hockenheim. Now, we all know about the forest section, but this is the original Hockenheim. It's called the Dreieckskurz, which I think just means three-corner course. So when they first built it, it was like it was this massive fuck-off triangle. And it went in the opposite direction as well. I think it went counterclockwise. And obviously elements of that are in the current circuit. And then it would have been 1950s, I think, that they when they built what we've since lost at the hands of Herman Tilke, the forest section. Is the price of finding your house getting to rob it? Well, I don't live there anymore, so you're not going to find anything of mine. But yeah. Yeah, I know. It's just I don't know why they had to tear this up. Like now it's just lined with new trees, and they've still got the gravel traps from the chicanes at the Ostkurve and that. Yeah, I wish they'd bring that back. I mean, obviously, the last two races we did at Hockenheim were immense, but I do wish that they just kept. So we had the option of using the forest section again. Yeah, that was annoying that they did that. Another thing people may not know about the Nürburgring is there is the Südschleife, the southern route, which hasn't been used in donkey's years. And this, again, uses part of the GP track's main straight and went off. And some of it actually, this is all public roads, so you can drive, you can still drive a lot of it. It diverges off there. But this was when they first built the Nordschleife, they built the Südschleife as well, and they overlap. But then they got rid of that. And then built the GP course instead. So this is not something that gets used. But that's something a lot of people may have overlooked, is that used to exist. Nürburgring. I think when I first started using Google Earth, I think this might have been one of the first things I plotted was the Nordschleife. And it doesn't half look like a pig's head, doesn't it? It's got the snout and everything. Yeah, I need to go there. And look how close it is to Spa. And this is actually one of you can see a direct size comparison of just how, like, Spa is the longest circuit we have. And look how tiny it is compared to the Nürburgring. And I think everyone would be curious about going there again, but there are lots of reasons we couldn't. I'm doing this because at some point I am planning to do a video where I do just explain every circuit in F1. The problem is there's 75 of them, and I got seven tracks, and it was already 3,000 words long. And I was like, okay, this is going to be an insanely long video, so we'll leave this behind. So I've been doing a bit of research on some of them, and yeah, the OG Spa. Again, Eau Rouge did not exist in the first version because, interestingly enough, the circuit was built in the early 1920s. The Eau Rouge Creek actually used to form the border between Belgium and the German Empire. And so originally it went around this building, which is the customs house for the border, or what was the border, until 2 years before the circuit was built. And then eventually they got rid of that, and then we got the current Eau Rouge Raidillon complex. Another fun fact is that all of this was public roads until 2000. So literally up until then, you could still drive. You could drive outside of Racemeads. You could drive through Eau Rouge, although I think it was that you could go up it. But then the people go in the other direction. They went around that way. So yeah, it used to be a street circuit for a very long time, did Spa. I haven't put the old bus stop chicane in. I need to do that at some point because it used to be a weird... This used to be curved, I think. Yeah. And the old section, I mean... It's not... You can see... Yeah, it's just so fast. And we had, Master Kink. That was the bit that scared everyone because you had this kink and it went just between these houses and Chris Bristow and Alan Stacey both died on the same day, or within minutes of each other in the same race. It would be interesting to try it again. I'm sure you can on like Assetto Corsa or something. Try to find the Nazareth Speedway. Bearing in mind it closed not that long ago. I had no idea there was a circuit in Nazareth. Let's have a look at that. Jerusalem. Where is Nazareth? I'm assuming it's near Jerusalem and Bethlehem. Hence, Jesus of Nazareth, unless it's... Oh, no, it's up here. Oh, okay. Nazareth, let's look. Something circuit-shaped. Oh, for goodness sake. Pennsylvania. Of course, it would be... I'm not going to be able to find that if it's in... I thought you meant there was a circuit in Israel. Like Nazareth in Israel had a circuit, not Pennsylvania, because they got... Well, there was that... I don't know why they do it. Pennsylvania, because they've got... There's I think Lebanon, or there's Beirut, Pennsylvania, and then there's... Wasn't it East Palestine was where there was that chemical explosion or whatever? Ugh. Okay. Maybe I'll try Pennsylvania. Nazareth, I have no fucking clue where that is. Pennsylvania, Nazareth. Give me a ballpark. Where's Nazareth or East Nazareth Township? It's near Allentown. Allentown, Pennsylvania. I think I know where Allentown is. That's down... Is there literally... There's not seriously a place called King of Prussia. Allentown, okay. God, there's Nazareth. God, they've got the weirdest names in America. Of course, Pennsylvania, that's where you'd find the town of Intercourse is in Pennsylvania, isn't it? Is that it? Oh. Well, this is just, Mum, can we have Daytona? No, we've got Daytona at home. And this only closed down a couple of years ago. I mean, look at the state of it. It looks like it's been abandoned for at least like 20 years or more. All the tarmac's like overgrown and cracked up in the paddock. Taylor Swift Grand Prix, the Swifty circuit. Yeah, okay. Well, maybe. Actually, no. I'll plot that now. Where would that go? North America, United States, Pennsylvania, and we can add this. Oh, it keeps it red to my list of many, many place marks. Does anyone know the actual full name of this track? I'm guessing it's something like Nazareth Speedway or whatever. But maybe I'll just look it up later. That's kind of depressing how overgrown it is after such a short space of time, though. How is it? Less than a mile. Oh, it's tiny. Nazareth Speedway. Okay. I mean, there are loads of... America's bursting at the seams with tiny little ovals like this. Nazareth. Yeah, okay. Do you know why the Eiffel GP ran for only a small period of time? Well, they ran it once because, well, it was because of lockdown. They made a mock calendar and they were like, okay, let's bring back the Nürburgring, but for some reason we can't call it the German Grand Prix, so let's just call it the Eiffel Grand Prix. Well, while we're in the States, what else have I got up here? There's Watkins Glen, which I just, yeah. Jesus' oval has not aged gracefully in death, no. Yeah, Watkins Glen, all I can think of is just being a death trap now because of the deaths of Francois Sever and Helmut Koenig. Like two of the most violent deaths in F1 history happened at this circuit. Old Watkins Glen. It's kind of in the middle of nowhere as well. Like, it's surprising that we race there. I mean, okay, the town of Watkins Glen is Titch, and then it's hilly. Elmira's medium size. It's nowhere near anything. It's amazing that we used to race there. Do Road Atlanta. Oh god, everyone's gonna start making about plotting in circuits now. Portland has a circuit as well. Yeah, and Portland. Oh, Haas. Yeah. I mean, their base, which I don't even know if they use this that much, to be honest, because I understand for practicality purposes that you have to have a European one, but it's like how much traction do they really get out of their American base? Saint-Gevit, Mont-Tremblant. Oh yeah, Mont-Tremblant. That's Canada, isn't it? No, I'm mixing up with Sherrard. I think. What's the one? Mont-Tremblant. That's Clermont-Ferrand. Yeah, I thought that was this one. Built on the side of a volcano. No, that is Sherrard. I'm messing them up. Yeah, sorry. But that's Sherrard, built on the side of an extinct volcano. I think Joe Schlesser died there in that magnesium Honda in 68 or 69. I have this marked. Oh, there it is. Mont-Tremblant. Again, can you believe we used to race F1 here? I mean, it's tiny. It's, yeah. Like, it shows the standards, obviously, in terms of what fits the bill of a Grade 1 circuit, how they've changed. Because this is not anywhere near F1 level in terms of just size and infrastructure and that. The Schlesser, was it Rouen? Maybe it was Rouen. I thought they'd stopped racing there by late 60s. Okay, yeah, Caesar's Palace. Yeah, this is an interesting comparison, actually. If we go to Vegas. Yeah, look at the difference between them in size. So this is, I mean, not that you can tell, that's a rough marking of where it was. But because you can't, I don't think it even, I'm not sure if it shows up in any historic, no, I can't even get historic imagery. So yeah, that's what remained of Caesar's Palace, absolutely nothing. And look at the size difference compared to the current one. And that flipping 1.4 mile long straight. And this still hasn't updated to put in the paddock. Which, now that I'm looking at it, unless I've done this wrong, they must have demolished all of these condos, what they look like, to put in the first couple of corners. I think I noticed immediately there was like a strip club in here, and I was like, yep, classic Vegas. That looks wrong. I think I've done some. I'll look at this again. That doesn't look quite right, but that's obviously where Leclerc dive bombed Checo. Turn 1 too large. Yeah. Well, I was just trying to guess because I couldn't really see it. Maybe it'll show up. No. Yeah, I'll look at this one and try and correct that because I think it's wrong. Oh, the dome is there. The huge sphere. That was built at least when this image was done. But yeah, the size difference is colossal between the two, but they are by far the closest circuits, F1. I think you can see there's barely 10 meters separating them. I showed Phoenix before. Lewis Hamilton, that's his mansion up in the Hollywood Hills. What was I looking for? Riverside. Long Beach. Yeah, so this is Long Beach. They still use this for IndyCar, and it's gone for a million different layouts, but we used to have F1 there in the 1980s. United States Grand Prix West, I think, was Long Beach. And yes, all right. Theoretically, they could go back there since they're so desperate to do street circuits. And then a little bit further out from LA is Riverside. Yeah, Riverside. They raced here in the 60s. This is where I think they did Sebring, and then after that, this was the host of the United States Grand Prix. And now there is no trace of it left at all. They've built some absolutely colossal shopping mall over it, and then a bunch of houses that, from above, they look like the kind of houses you see on like nuclear test sites. But yeah, so that's one from the past, which is now there's nothing left of it. Mexico, of course, we got Hermanos Rodriguez. The original layout had some extensions that the current one doesn't have. So first term was out here. That went out a bit further. Of course, the banking, which I sorely miss, that we used to have, the mini banking. How much money do you want to bet that ball is practically abandoned? Yeah, it probably is. I imagine no one goes there. Laguna Seca is... I will spot it in a second. A little white thing will appear. It's definitely south of LA, I think. Laguna Seca, it'll show up. Maybe it's north of LA. No, that's not it. Laguna, further north. Yeah, I thought so. It's in the Bay Area. Oh, okay. Oh, I'm just gonna find it manually because this is gonna. I'm not gonna be able to spot it like this. What am I looking for? California. Laguna Seca. Where is it? Near Monterey. Maybe I don't have it marked, actually, because it's not showing up. Laguna. Why would I not have it marked? Laguna Seca. Oh. Why haven't I marked that? Okay, well, I'm doing that now. I had no... That's much further north. I can't believe I missed Laguna Seca. But man, I would love to see F1 give it a go here. Just try it, just once. Because if IndyCar can do it, F1 can. Just to see them attempt the corkscrew. I love that you can see the racing line from where the tarmac's been laid down, though. Have you ever looked at the Solihull? I can't see the rest of that. The chat's in the way. The Solitude Road Racing Track in Germany. Formula 1 racer in the 60s. That must have been a non-championship one because I've never heard of that. Yeah, I've only just started looking at non-championship circuits and putting them in. But, yeah. I like to find, if I can, particularly abandoned circuits are ones I like to try and find. I mean, I would love to see us try Laguna Seca, but you just know all the social media admins. It's going to be like, okay, we have to get you posing on the corkscrew, like to their drivers, just like they do with Pista di Alta Velocità and Monza and that. And that'd be annoying. But yeah, they could give it a go. F1 cars are driven around here. Well, apparently, according to this, it called it WeatherTech Speedway, but I'll give it its proper name at some point. Laguna. I'll just call it Laguna Seca for the moment and sort that later. Only 2.2 miles. I'm sure it was longer than that. And it's not in Pennsylvania. It is in California. Okay, let's look at that in context. Oh, that's miles away from LA. Oh, it's near San Francisco. Oh, yeah. When you said the Bay Area. Yeah, I thought you meant Los Angeles for some reason. Before 87, Laguna Seca, it was without turns 2 to 5. So it would have gone. Oh, so maybe it just went straight across. Oh, yeah, you can see remnants of that. Yeah, I can see that happening. Phoenix past Second Island. What was the next one I was going to do? Dallas. I've got Dallas marked. Yeah, the old Dallas Grand Prix we had in the mid-80s, which the drivers hated because it was insanely... It was really hot and the track was breaking apart and they were all passing out from heat exhaustion. And now... A lot of it still exists as roads, but it was just a bit of an odd place to build a track, to be honest. Dallas. Yeah, it's one of those ones that, you know, time forgot, and I guess you would never suspect that it used to be there. Dallas, when in Texas. Where's Cota? There it is. There's good old Cota. How far outside of the city centre? 11 miles from downtown Austin. And it's still they've found a way. It still looks like it's under construction almost in this picture. I like the touches of the stars. You can't see that from the track so much. What else we got? Miami. Shitey old Miami. Oh, they finally updated this so it shows the circuit properly, so just the parking lot. Oh, and I've done this wrong. Okay, that needs correcting. Around the fake marina, which now is just a car park. Where is it? Miami International Autodrome. I heard a ping for subscriber. Thank you to whoever that was for subscribing. Let's just correct this a bit. I had to guess because it had one image of it under construction, half of it was covered by clouds. Just line that up a bit better. How's that looking? The rest of that, that's all okay. I've got... It's annoying because this circuit, like when you look at it, it's kind of all right. It just hasn't produced any good races yet, and we just don't need it as well. It's an IndyCar circuit. It's not an F1 circuit. This would be perfect for IndyCar, but just not for Formula One. Sebring. That's here. Somewhere. Sebring's further north. Daytona. Do I have Daytona marks? Daytona Beach. Sebring International Rail. Yeah. Because this, again, the very first United States Grand Prix was held at Sebring. And again, this was built on an airfield, which maybe it still uses as one. And the red line, it used to go all the way around the outside, but now they use this smaller infield section. Oval or oval in this list? I have, I have a lot of oval circuits marked. I haven't marked Daytona yet. There is a lot I'm missing. I could probably find it just manually because Daytona Beach was up here. I'm assuming Daytona and Daytona Beach are the same. Oh, here it is. Oh yeah, here's good old Daytona. All right, let's throw that in. Start lines. Well, there, isn't it? I'll do the proper infield version. You can kind of tell with this one, they meant it to be an oval, and we just need an infield, so we'll just throw this in. Because it's a bit, yeah, it's not the most inventive. Calder Park, no, Cadwell Park is marked, but not Calder Park. Oh, this is looking scraggy and horrible. Around. And then we go around again. Onto the actual oval. Most of my experience of Daytona is from Gran Turismo 5, and I just remember it being a fucking nightmare with the NASCAR, because they made B-Spec compulsory, and trying to win every race in the NASCAR series with B-Spec is... I just couldn't believe it when I actually managed to achieve it. I don't have Lime Rock marked. Literally just, it would have finished... Well, the 24-hour race, it would have finished a couple of hours ago, wouldn't it? But you can tell this is like the big daddy of American ovals. This is the... Yeah. There are several really obvious... Because I've not looked so much at non-F1 ones. Some really obvious circuits I should have marked that I just haven't. 3.56 miles. Daytona Speedway. 20 minutes to go. Oh, okay, they're still going. So it ends at 20 to 7. That's a really odd time to make it end, but hey. Oh, and again, right near a airport. Let's move out of the States. Interlagos has, it looks interesting. Sao Paulo. God, it's enormous. Look at the size of it. Again, the original Interlagos was huge compared to the like the current one. So it went along. There was no CNRS, no Curva de Sul. It went along here, through the grandstands, all the way down here, past the Cita de Lago, and then up and around, and then we go along. It also exists, these roads, and then it turns and it actually goes back on itself. So they would have done that, and then cut back along. It'll come to me in a second, the Portuguese name for the strait. Reta Aposta, that's the one. And then we went along there. We'd go backwards through Curva de Sul and the CNRS. And then back around, and then we join up here. Bico de Pato. I need to mark this because they've put a new image in and everything's not synchronized. Junsor. Of course, including the famous, that's the escape road that Kimi went up in 2012, and then he had to stop and turn around because they put a gate there. And that was, so the original was Cray. It was Chaos. That's the one they used in the 1970s. The old Rio. I've got Rio, I showed it off before. Rio, the Nelson Piquet one. So we made our favela circuit. Yeah, this is the one which is now Albert Park. Albert Park, it was built over the Olympic part for the 2016 Rio Olympics was built over it. So there's not much left of that one. And then if I go quickly to Buenos Aires, the Oscar Juan Galvez circuit, where we had the Argentine Grand Prix. Buenos Aires, I don't have all the layouts. I just have the main outer layout that goes around the Lago de Regalas. But you can, lots of different. I think there are like 15 different configurations for this one. It's a very strange looking circuit, actually. The way that just sticks out of the top. Ain Diab. I have Ain Diab. Assuming that's how you say it, up in Morocco. For the Moroccan Grand Prix in 58, there was that. This is a smaller circuit that wasn't used for F1 that joins it. But yeah, that's where Mike Hawthorne won his title and then retired from racing immediately after the race. And then Stuart Lewis Evans died in the race. Fun times. It's a weird random. We had Morocco. We've had that, and then South Africa. So South Africa, the Prince George circuit, which they used to the 50s, is that this is the F1 circuit they use, which is tiny. And I love that it has this tiny little twisty section as an alternate route and a little chicane. I mean, looking at this, I can see one grandstand, so I don't know how much action this gets these days. But it had all of these extra bits. So the full circuit originally was like that size. So quite something. And then we had Kyalami is in Johannesburg. And I've gone blind and I can't see it, and there it is. Midrand. Yeah. Kyalami is a funny one because the original circuit is like mirrored. They took it went along this way, and then they've used the middle sector, and they used that again to make the main circuit. There was a street circuit in Marrakesh where the Forgotten F2 Series race 2009. Yeah, there probably was. We used to have Formula 2 that wasn't Formula 2, that didn't count or something at that time. But Kyalami, obviously people are desperate to go back to South Africa. The circuit itself is ready and it's more than suitable for F1. The problem is that the country is it's a total mess. There's the rolling power cuts. There's a lot of shit going on with the government and civil unrest. They're not in a position where you could justify putting a race on there. But maybe one day we'll return to South Africa because it's a good circuit, and I must say it does look it looks so much like Bud. Do you have Pescara? I do have Pescara. Let's go up, and we shall see it here. This is one I would love to see back in F1. Those straights are like 4 miles long. Agora Drive, I don't have Agora Drive. But I can't believe they actually raced here in the 50s in F1. I mean, look at those straights. And then you go into that. And then you've got this like amazing hill climb section that goes through all these lovely Italian towns and villages. Actually, if I go Italy. Where is it? Which part of Italy is it in? It's not in Emilia-Romagna, I don't think. Tuscany, it's not in Tuscany. Where is it? Campania? No. Emilia-Romagna. Where is it? Sicily, Tuscany, Veneto. Why can't I find it? Oh, it's in Abruzzo. Okay, if I just play it along, give it a second to load up, you'll see what I mean about how like pretty it would be if they still raced here. Where would you put the DRS zone? Yeah, I think this is a race where it's like I think we don't need DRS probably. Is what would happen. Jarno Trulli's from Pescara, or near it. His vineyard, maybe one of these is his vineyard where he produces his Trulli wine. They do like this could be like Italy's answer to the Isle of Man TT. Like, look at this. It's absolutely gorgeous. Like, just quintessential Italian scenery. Hello, Peter. Vine Boom. Hi, Ivan to Cry. Vine Boom. I don't get the reference, so. But yeah, look at this. I just want to see them race here just because of how gorgeous it would be. I love Italy. Producer, no, I don't have that. And then suddenly everything goes 2D here. But this is a circuit, if maybe not for Formula One, but this is a circuit that should be resurrected, I think, at some point. Because it really is lovely. I do have Macau. Yep. Bucharest Ring. No, I don't have that one. I mean, look how long this straight is. I think it's about 4 miles long. The whole circuit is 14 miles, so it's longer than the Nürburgring. Historical rallying. Oh, totally. Like old, like vintage 60s and 70s rally cars going around here. I would just love that. Stoke-on-Trent. There's not surely a circuit in Stoke-on-Trent. Pau. I do have Pau. Okay, we'll need to get to these. Okay, maybe I'll just go systematically once this is finished running its course. Are we going to do more? Yeah, we would. I'm not going to design any more street circuits. I just thought I'd show people what's marked for now, and then I'll wrap it up soon. And this straight, it just keeps on going. Yeah, the engines would not enjoy running for that long, I think, on something as long as this. Produce. Okay. So I think because everyone's just saying, do you have this? Do you have that? I think I'll just go through each of them individually and show you what I do have. Okay, so we covered Africa, Asia. Okay, so we got Bahrain. Obviously, Sakia, everyone knows Sakia, you know, standard layout. There's the outer layout. There was the endurance layout we used in 2010. Drag strip, which, I mean, looking at it here, I can't tell if that, I think it goes under the track, but it's hard to say. But yeah, it's pretty well equipped, is old Sakia. It's Po, not Pow. Okay, yeah, sorry. I'm reading it as if it was German. It would be Pow if it was German, not Po. Baku, which is starting to grow on people now because the races are all either amazing or terrible. Bahrain, China, Shanghai. Shanghai is a great circuit. I like playing it in the games because I'm good at it. And yeah, I guess I think we're going back this year, or maybe it's off the calendar again. But yeah, Shanghai, I've always enjoyed this one in the games. India, Bud. Bud is a circuit I miss. I mean, the races weren't any good, but you'll see what I mean. How much does that look like Kyalami? But yeah, great circuit. Just the races weren't that good, and it was just very, very dusty and all of that. I've made them myself. I didn't download these. Maybe I should just, share them to people. I think I did send a file. I shared it on my community post of all the F1 circuits, the Google Earth files, so you can put them in. I think you can just drag and drop them into Google Earth. But yeah, I made all of these myself. Sorry, Joe, genocide and all. Yeah, that was from my manifesto. The manifesto, I'll be honest, it received a lot more opposition than I was expecting. I thought people would take issue with the calendar or the later stuff, but it was the technical regs that people didn't like, and the calendar, which I thought would be like the least like abrasive parts of it. Fuji Speedway, amazing circuit. Original one had this like proboscis on the front, and part of the banking is still there. And yeah, there was the 80s that one, and then with the GT extension. Yeah, amazing circuit. It's just a shame that we also have Suzuka. I would love to have both of them on the calendar. Maybe one could be the Japanese Grand Prix, and one could be the Honshu Grand Prix, or maybe just the Fuji Grand Prix because of its proximity to Mount Fuji. Not Estoril, Okayama, also known as T1 Circuit Aida. This was the Pacific Grand Prix, was here in 94 and 95. Again, not really up to F1 standards in terms of size. And also, how the hell do you get to it? If they hosted a race there now, it would be a total nightmare trying to get in and out because it's hidden away in the hills and you've got these one tiny little mountain roads going in and out. It's just so nestled away. And yeah, Fuji, it was meant to be a big ass over. That's why the old part had the banking at the front. But yeah, really not, like, it's in the middle of nowhere. It's nowhere near any big cities. It's amazing that we went there, to be honest. Sportsland Sugo. We've never had F1 here, but that one, I know this from playing Toca World's touring cars a lot as a kid. That's a fun circuit. Not for F1, but still a fun one. And everyone's baby, Suzuka, which isn't loading. Yeah, but, well, we all know how it looks. But yeah, Suzuka everyone loves it. Tsukuba, where they've changed it again. I keep having to update this to make the track in sync, and they keep putting a new image on that's moved out of the wrong place. Yeah, if you've ever wanted to do, a 4-hour endurance race and a bunch of bloody Mazda MX-5s, this place has got you sorted. Autopolis. I don't think I have Autopolis. And then we've got Twin Ring Motegi. Again, fun circuit with the oval. I think that oval, that's where Danica Patrick won her only race in IndyCar, or her only professional race, wasn't it? Route 246. Oh, yes. Tokyo Route 246. I had no idea it was real, as in, like, you actually could... The streets looks like that. And when you map it on in real life, it looks exactly like the one in the game. And to be honest, this would be a bitchin' circuit to race at for Formula One. It'd be Las Vegas, but better. Like, how much does that look like the Las Vegas circuit? Yeah, that's Japan. Macau. Guia, I think, because it's Portuguese. But yeah, here's Macau. Again, I love the contrast between the first and the two sectors. I do have Adelaide. We'll get there in a second. Sepang. I think the one circuit everyone misses more than any other than maybe Hockenheim, and is Sepang. We desperately need this circuit back, and we need it back in April, right slap bang in the middle of monsoon season where it belongs. Again, absolutely brilliant circuit. We need that back. A circuit that we don't need is Losail. I mean, the race this year kind of worked because the heat, and I guess for some reason the track was the rumble strips are destroying the tires for no reason. But yeah, we don't need to go to Qatar. This was meant for motorbikes originally. And another one we don't need is Jeddah. I mean, look at it. It looks like it could either be a sperm or like a plastic spoon that a toddler has chewed on. It's just you look at it in isolation, you're like, who designed this? It's ridiculous. There's like 25 corners, and it's in the games. I don't even bother. It's just impossible to do. With that first sector is a mess, and it's so narrow. Ugh, yeah. And then that's a knife, yeah. Riyadh, this is the Formula E circuit, which is not bad. And, well, for Formula E, it's good because it has corners that aren't 90-degree turns. So it actually looks like a fairly real circuit. Singapore, Marina Bay, including the old one with the little extension, where we've had... It's funny, that is probably the most iconic part of the track, because that's where PK crashed, and then the tunnel, we've had Kobayashi, Karthikeyan, and Senna have all crashed in there, and they took that bit away. It was just... It was needless. They didn't need to get rid of that section. That was all the crashes happened. What's next for Asia? Oh, Korea. Another circuit I really miss and love. This one, I get nostalgic for this one because of like early 2010s for Yongam. It's just that they were planning to build. You can see remnants of it. That they were meant to build like this big complex and make it a big entertainment thing, and they haven't done that. I don't have the Hong Kong E-Prix circuit, but you can see there's this entrance, this avenue. I think they were going to build some buildings in here, and they just didn't build any of that stuff. And it's just built on some marshland surrounded by like rice paddies, and nowhere near, like, again, it's near some giant industrial estate, and then there's a city here, but it just didn't work. But again, it's a great circuit, and it did produce, well, 2010 was a good race, certainly. The others maybe not so much. It's a fun one though. This one's interesting. Buriram International Circuit. This is an FIA Grade 1 circuit. And so this means there is actually cause for us to have a Thai Grand Prix. And again, because we've got Albon, they could if they wanted to. I mean, the circuit's not that exciting, but it's Grade 1, so they could, theoretically, we could get a race in Thailand one day. It's not... Yeah, I mean, got, a couple of overtake spot, maybe an overtake spot. Yeah, it could be. It's an option for the future if they're looking for more. MotoGP, it probably is MotoGP, but because it's FIA Grade 1, it would qualify for Formula 1 without needing to be changed. And then UAE, we got the Dubai Autodrome. I don't know if you could do F1 here. It's quite a lot going on here, but this one, you'll do a lot of track days here. The Formula Regional Middle East Championship takes place here. So that one, yeah, that's the one people forget about compared to, obviously, Yas Marina, which... the thing is, I do actually quite like this circuit. Like, I like the the aesthetics are great because they've made it look like a stadium while also giving it quite an open feel, and it feels like you're going somewhere. It does seem to work better with the new corners. They're getting rid of the chicanes. Does seem to have improved it. It's just the racing is just not good enough. Unfortunately. But yeah, it's one that could be scrapped if we have to. And then Vietnam, the sad story of Hanoi, the circuit that never was. Also, that needs to be wider. Yeah, this one, it's very annoying in the game to drive. I don't like this kind of tightening first corner, and this section was so annoying. I feel like in the interest of fairness, without the pandemic, we could have raced here. Maybe we should have done it once and seen what it was like. But yeah, I guess it's sad because it's a circuit that's been built, but now is probably never going to get used for anything without Formula One. That's a lot sadder than the circuits that have been and have since been deserted. That's a wrap on Asia. What do I have? Europe. Okay, Austria. Hangar 7. Okay. Das Red Bull Ring. Yeah, again, good track. Races are always good. Original circuit was much, much faster and a lot more dangerous. We saw that Peter Revson died here in the 70s. Yeah, and so they just, obviously, it got modified in the 80s and they slowed it down, and that's its current thing. Yeah, they just need to sort out the track limits, I think. And then we got, right near it, this is Zeltweg, which hosted the Grand Prix in 65, I think. It hosted the Austrian Grand Prix once. And they were like, well, this is boring. It's just an L shape on a runway. And then like a year later, they built the Red Bull Ring. But yeah, two Grand Prix circuits in very, very close proximity to one another. 64, yeah, that's the one. And then they used it for non-championship races for a few years, and then 69 was when the other one came back. Belgium, Zolder. course, where what's his face, Gilles Villeneuve died. I can never remember where. I can't, even though I've seen that video countless times. I think it was this corner where the crash happened, because I'm looking at. I knew it was from a left to a right-hander, and it wouldn't make sense unless it was there, maybe. But yeah, Zolder. We had a bit of F1 there in the 80s and the 70s, 80s when Spa was just too dangerous. And these days, it does its thing, and you get track days. There are videos of old Minardis and Arrows being driven around there. The chicane on the north. Oh, is that where it happened? I thought it was somewhere faster than that. It wasn't a chicane at the time. Oh, okay. Right, so it would have happened around here, and it would have just been... Yeah, okay, that makes sense. That's in Flanders. And then Wallonia... Spa, we saw it earlier, but yeah, his Spa. I mentioned before that Eau Rouge, the stream, it used to be the border between Brussels and the German Empire, and the circuit originally went around the customs house for the border. Belgium and the German Empire, sorry. And then we got Eau Rouge, and it was public roads up until 2002, and then we got, the big-ass section that we can't use anymore because it's too dangerous. Yeah. And then we have Nivelles Boulaire, or Nivelles Boulaires, however you meant to say it. My French is diabolically bad. Yeah, they did a few races here. They weren't very good, and then they just scrapped it for Zolder, and now it's an industrial estate. And there's a tiny bit. I mean, some of the roads are public roads. I mean, that you can drive those. And then here, that still exists. There are still a few remnants of this final loop at the end. But yeah, that was one of the forgotten circuits of days gone by from Formula One's past. Czech. What have I got in Czech? Brno, or Brno, however you meant to say it. Again, this is a motorbike circuit. Not you're not going to see F1 here anytime soon. There's not. I can't see a single other than possibly the first corner. I can't see a single overtaking spot in Brno. France. Okay, Charade came to this before. So there's the old and the new, built on the side of an extinct volcano. Yeah, it looks like a really fun circuit, but you can just see how dangerous it is just from looking at it. Have a look at the remnants of what was going to be a kart circuit in Hawaii at Kaliloa Airport. I'll check that in a second. It's a kart circuit. I should be able to find it easily enough. Yeah, Charade. This was they shortened it because it was too dangerous, but a good bit of fun. What have we got in Bourgogne-Franche-Comté? Manicourt. People like to rag on Manicourt, but I don't mind. I do have the Norris ring, I think. Yeah, people like to rag on Manicourt, but I think it's good. I was amazing at it in F1 Championship Edition because you could always lap the whole field because the AI they were like a second slower in the middle sector. New Jersey Motorsport Park. No, I don't have that one. That's one I should put in a circuit that never. Is that you mean Port Imperial? But yeah. Oh, karters in old IndyCar. Oh, okay. I thought you meant go-karts. Oh, I see. Yeah. Yeah, I like Manicourt. And Dijon Prenois. Is it Prenois? Prenoise? Yeah. Again, we got the classic showdown between Villeneuve and Arnoux here. In 879, first win for a turbocharged car. Yeah. Poor AI. Okay. Grand Est. No, I mean the track in New Jersey where they race. Oh, okay. There are loads of smaller circuits I won't have heard of, especially American ones. I have every circuit in Britain marked, I think. And then we have Reims-Goyer. This one obviously is the one everyone knows because the paddock and the pit buildings are still there, the timing tower and all of that. So you can just drive, like if I go into Street View, like all of this is still there. I mean, how amazing is that? They've left, yeah. That's kind of what made this circuit, and it's why everyone remembers it now, because they've kept all of this stuff exactly as it was. It's like a perfect time capsule for 1950s Grand Prix racing. But again, there were a lot of deaths here. Was it Musso, Luigi Musso? I think there was Peter Ryan as well. Lance Reventlov, possibly, or no. Yeah, there were a lot of people died here. I want to go see that just because of that. And the thing is, almost the entire thing still exists because this is public roads up until here. I think this is a private track for farmland, and then it stops here, and that's built over. But the rest of it exists. It's just that one little stretch that's missing. But otherwise, the entire circuit exists. Yeah, that pronunciation. Yeah, I was saying it because I know that the Tim Traveller did a video where he went here, and he lives in France, and he speaks it. And I think he said it was something like Reim Goyer was how he pronounced it, or Gur, I don't know. I did French at school and hated it. I like German, but I couldn't stand French. What we got in Ile-de-France? Autodrome de Linas Montlhéry. This one is funny. This was used for non-championship races in the 50s. It still kind of exists, or maybe it's only recently abandoned, but it's got this oval and a lot of like skid pan stuff, and then these bits are all not fully connected. It offers loads of alternate layouts, and it's on the outskirts of Paris. It's a funny one, that. Then, as I mentioned a trillion times, George V Paris from Gran Turismo 4. Hotel de Crillon, the headquarters of, well, when it loads, the headquarters of the FIA. A pre-war track. Yes, the Ascari, his father died there. Yes, that is where it happened. Antonio Ascari in 25. 30 years, almost 30 years, I think it was 30 years till the day that Alberto died as well. Then Opera Paris, again, Gran Turismo 4. Normandy, what we got? Rouen Les Essarts, I think is how you say this, or Les Essarts. A very weird looking circuit. Again, the whole thing exists. I'm assuming that used to be the paddock because there's a bit of a clearing. Yeah, another one from the past that time has forgotten. Nouvelle Aquitaine. We've got, is it Po? You're meant to say Poville. The old and the new. The old one obviously just cut off in front of this big ass building, but they still use this for like Formula 4 level, I think. Città d'Aria. No. Oh god, I need to put that in. If those are real, I need to... No, I will remember to do this because I absolutely loved Città d'Aria and Costa d'Amalfi. I loved driving those because they were just so pretty in GT4. If they're real, like, I need to put them in. And then the Pays de la Loire, or Pays de la Loire, we got Bugatti circuit. So this was an F1 circuit for a bit. And yeah, but now it's these motorbikes. And then, of course, we have Le Mans. Yeah. I do want to see, even though it's not its turf, I want to see F1 go here just to see how it works. And if they can beat the times of the hypercars, which they probably can, to be fair. Narrow, bumpy, insanely long straights. Like, the cars are going to hate it. But, you know... Yeah, Amalfi, because it appears to be on an island, but Città d'Aria, I can see that being real. Yeah. Then Provence-Alpes-Côte d'Azur. Everyone's favourite circuit, Paul Ricard. There's like 200 different layouts for this. GT4, it will absorb you, that game. It is by far the best Gran Turismo game, GT4. It just raised the bar so much, and it really kind of awoke me. Like I'd never heard of the I didn't know about the Nürburgring before playing GT4, and there were so many cars I discovered, and it was where I really got most of my interest in motorsport from that game. Yeah, Paul Ricard, ooh. I like the concept of having runoffs that actually punish the tyres and slow you down rather than just give you like a get out of jail free card, but they don't need to be so like psychedelic. That's the thing. Yeah, I haven't bothered with the alternate layouts, but yeah, they used to just turn right here. And for the people that do, when you do track days, because there's the one that Driver 61 does, where you can drive the Lotus E20 or the E12, the 2012 Lotus that Raikkonen, you can do track days in it, and they turn right here, and then you have to go around the chicane here, and then you do this little bit. Yeah, if Alpine wanted to be actually French, they should just make a... Their engine department is in Paris. They should just make a base near Paul Ricard and use that as their testing venue. But instead, no, they're just Team Enstone, pretending to be French. That's France. Deutschland. Okay. Baden-Württemberg. We have, I mentioned it before, Hockenheim, the Dreieck Kurz, the original version that was just a big-ass triangle. The forest section, rest in peace. We dearly miss thee. We need a resurrection spell at some point. And we just need to go back to Hockenheim. Bavaria, what have we got in Bavaria? The Norris Ring, which goes around the Zeppelinfeld. So it's an interesting place to put a circuit, considering the history, because this is where, I think this is where like the Nuremberg rally was held, and it's where like Hitler would do his speeches in front of the SS and the stormtroopers from up here. And there was a giant, there was a swastika, a giant stone swastika up here, and it got blown up at the end of the war. Yeah, and this field here, the Zeppelinfeld, that's where all the like Nazi, the SS and paratroopers would gather, and Hitler would, scream at them, and yeah. It's in Bavaria. Yeah, if I turn on Zeppelin, yeah, it is the Zeppelinfeld. In Berlin, AVUS, the Autoverkehrs- und Übungsstraße. So automobile test and trial, yeah, like a testing track, basically. Again, who thought this would be a good idea? I think the original circuit was much shorter, and then they were like, no, let's just extend it for Bants, and then just put a couple of those at the end. I don't know who thought that was a good idea, to be honest. Crazy. So race at Avis. Princeton Park. I don't have that. And then I mentioned this before, the Tempelhof Formula E circuit, which was it 2 years ago? We had that in that crazy finale where like everyone got taken out, and it was like Jake Dennis and Mitch Evans. They were both meant to take the title. Was this when De Vries took the title? That insane race at Tempelhof, and because I think there was a proper circuit here in the past, and they obviously this was the main up until the war. This was the main airport for Germany, for Berlin. In Brandenburg, the Euro Speedway Lausitz. So this is where Michele Alboreto was killed here in a testing crash in an Audi R8 in 2001. Again, DTM will go here, but it's not an F1. There's an infield, but it's a really weird circuit looking at both of them in isolation, actually. Lower Saxony, the Erlesian test track. This is not a circuit. This is just this is where James May did the speed run in the Bugatti Veyron and got it up to 267 miles per hour, I think. So this is where you'll go to do like high speed car tests. Erlesian. In Rheinland-Pfalz we have the Nürburgring. Of course, one of the first things I ever plotted in Google Earth, and I mentioned before the Südschleife, which hasn't been used in a long time, although I think most of it is still here. I do have Rockingham. We'll get to the UK shortly. Nürburgring. Well, we need to come back to the GP circuit. I think maybe it's just as the European Grand Prix. That's all of Germany. Hungary is the Hungaroring. Yep, everyone loves the good old Hungaroring. Can't overtake. Races are usually passable. Again, it used to be shorter, and they've extended it since. Everyone loves Hungary. Ireland, we have Mondello Park. This might be the only circuit in the country, but yeah, this is the main motorsport venue in Republic of Ireland. There won't be an Irish Grand Prix anytime soon because this is not nearly big enough for Formula One. Isle of Man. Okay, I mentioned this before. I did this. The TT course, 36 miles long, like bloody enormous thing. And then the Douglas Grand Prix was a non-championship Grand Prix in the 50s, and it first started in the 1930s, and they had 5 different configurations that went around Douglas. And part of it is still used for the Isle of Man TT course. I don't have Balaton Park, I'm afraid. Italy, we saw Pescara. Bari Street Circuit. Again, this is another one. Only recently stopped racing here, but this was used for non-championship races in the 50s. They had 2 different layouts, only differed just this little section here in Apulia. And then the Nardo Ring, again, high-speed testing track, just for testing cars, speed and stuff, Lamborghinis and Ferraris, etc., etc. Emilia-Romagna. So Imola. And something which... Well, basically all of the changes that have happened are post-94, getting rid of all the chicanes and that. Obviously, this one, I do wish they hadn't got rid of this, because if they hadn't got rid of that, then I could compare lap times of the modern cars to the old ones, the V10s, but because they got rid of the chicane, you can't compare lap times anymore. And that's a pain in the arse. But yeah, Imola, great circuit, like absolutely gorgeous. Yeah, proper old, looks like a circuit should. Fiorano, Ferrari's private test track, where they did their launch last year as well. Museo Ferrari's there, then the team factory's just there. All in Maranello. They got rid of it to fit in the new paddock, but they didn't need a bigger one. We used to have 26 cars, and now and Liguria, yes, Circuito de Ospedaletti. This is another one, another non-championship circuit used in the 50s, and yeah, good layout, nice and hilly. You could do something of Macau level here, but not Formula One. Very pretty. In Lombardy, what have we got? Monza. Monza hasn't actually changed that much when you think about it. Other than the 3 chicanes and I guess getting rid of the oval, it's exactly the same. And there's not much that needs to change. Again, another classic, needs to have, as I said, heritage status. It needs a permanent spot on the calendar. And yeah, maybe not without the banking. Although I do love driving it with the banking in Assetto Corsa. It's great fun that you can do that. Pistato Velocita, that's Lombardy. Tuscany. And then Mugello. Crazy race we had here. Again, brilliant circuit. Absolutely gorgeous. Classic, nice rolling hills. Gravel traps, grass, elevation change, hills, trees. Not just concrete and sand. Yeah. I love it. There needs to be room to accommodate Mugello in some fashion, I think. Let's see. Jersey. Yep, there was a non-championship race held on this splodge in St. Helier in the 50s, but yeah, there's not much going on there in Jersey. Monaco. I haven't yet bothered putting in the original layouts, but yeah. There's Monaco, although I'm still wondering, because this is showing it outside of a race weekend. I feel like I've messed up here, because that's too shallow. They have to brake harder than that, but then what I've marked looks too sharp as well, so I might look at that, because this picture wasn't taken during a race weekend. So it's not mapped out so obviously. And the same, this looks a bit suspect around the Nouvelle Chicane. But yeah, Monaco, everyone loves Monaco. Well, some people, not so much everyone. Amsterdam, Netherlands, Assen. Not really an F1 circuit, more for motorbikes, but it exists and it does its thing. And then Zandvoort. Again, the original layout, the banking was even more like bigger, or it went around more. And it went off up into the sand dunes like this. I think it was around here was where Piers Courage died, or there. But yeah, there were a few deaths. It used to be quite a dangerous circuit, actually, Zandvoort. It's like a really big Tsukuba. Not so much in layout, but I guess in the terms of and how it's kind of confined and short bursts of speed. I do love this section. It looks cool with the cars going through here. Because it's banked. That's always a fun bit, though. And it has delivered, I think, in terms of races. But yeah, I can tell how people say it is heaving on race day and traffic getting in and out. That you can see how that is just be a total nightmare. Portugal has more circuits than you would think. Fernanda Pires da Silva. So this is actually Estoril. I mean, it's the same basic layout as both Portimao and Catalunya. But yeah, this was a all right circuit in the 90s. But it has that same basic idea of a long straight and then two sort of hook bits curving inwards that Catalunya has. Algarve, this is so Autodromo Internacional de Algarve, something like that. That's the actual name for Portimao, which again is not loading for some reason. Yeah, Portimao circuit's all right. I don't think we need to go there again though. Too smooth. There's more in Portugal. I've got two others. Boa Vista. So this was used in the 50s for Formula 1, and it's still used today, I think. You could see, I could picture Formula 3 racing here. This looks quite a lot like some of the circuits I've designed, actually. And then we have Monsanto, which is from the 50s. Again, this is not used anymore, but this was another street circuit. So Portugal has actually had 4 circuits used in Formula 1, which is definitely more than you would expect. And then we go to Sochi, and hopefully we never race here again. It was never good. We don't need to go here again. I don't think we'll be going here again for a very long time. It's just such a dull circuit. I feel like this circuit perfectly kind of summarizes the hybrid era, because it joined. Well, it was there from 2014 to 21, so the advent of the hybrid era up until the end of the last like aerodynamic era. But yeah. España, Andalusia, Jerez. If you ever want to, do lots of testing or, cheat your way to a championship, this has got you sorted. Jerez, like, instead of going to Madrid, if they're that desperate to get rid of Catalonia, maybe just do Jerez. It's a known quantity. Time to sign off. Good night, Peter. See you next time. Thank you, Akis. Yeah, I'll try and do next weekend, maybe. I'll try and fit these in on weekends before the season starts. More streams. Jerez. Yeah, good for testing. Catalonia. Barcelona, we all know Barcelona. Everyone rags on it, but now everyone wants it. It's funny, everyone loves it now. Now that we might lose it, even though everyone just loves to rag on it. If they didn't test here so much, it might be better. And the circuit, it's a good formula, but the races just don't deliver. It's annoying. It's such a good circuit, but the races just aren't good, like ever. And then a few miles away, Pedralbes. Again, they raced here in the 50s, haven't done ever since. And then Montjuic, the Mountain of Jews or Hill of Jews is what that means. The Discord invite link is expired. Oh, okay. Maybe it's an older one for live streams. I'll change that. You can find it if you go on my channel. You should be able to find the link. Yeah, I'll look into that. Yeah, this is where, so 1975, this is the race where like 5 spectators were killed and Lello Lombardi scored half a point. I think this was the first race to do half points because they cancelled it early. Madrid, Jarama, we went there before. I'll do some investigation into where this prospective, again, it's not loading, to where this prospective Madrid street circuit's going to be. But that's actually fairly close to Madrid. I mean, Jarama, it was in the 70s, I think we raced there. It's one I often forget about. And then the Valencia community. A circuit that I do miss, actually, is Valencia. It's just wasteland now. But, okay, the 2012 race was amazing. Like, the others sucked, but the 2012 race, it really did slap. Like, and it was just, again, I get nostalgic for the V8 diffuser era because of this circuit. Like, yeah. And all of it, you can still see it. It's like a ghost of the track going through the middle of that roundabout. And even like the pit straight, you can, maybe not here, but if you go there, there are still tire markings in the pit boxes 10 years on. You can still see that the rubber is still laid down. But yeah, I liked it. It delivered a hell of a race in 2012, and it was just a good design. It just didn't land for whatever reason. Okay, then there's Anderstorp Raceway in Sweden. This was called Scandinavian Raceway. This one is famous because in 1976, Jody Scheckter won the only race for a six-wheeler, the Tyrrell P34. And then in 1977 was when the fan car won here, or 78. 78. That was when the fan car won here with Niki Lauda. So that's the main claim to fame for Anderstorp Raceway. Switzerland, Bremgarten. Again, they got rid of this in 55 after the Le Mans disaster. It's just a standard, goes through the trees, blah, 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 does its thing. A double as a runway. Yeah, I thought so. It looked like a runway, maybe a drag strip. Istanbul Park, again, A-star circuit. The race is some good, some not so good. But yeah, I think if we could, there's room to bring this back. Just a bitchin' circuit. Turkey. UK. Oh, I didn't turn on I turned off all the place marks for the UK. Okay, I'll have to go through and remind myself of what's where. That's F1, which... all the circuits for the UK. Remind myself where they are, because I won't be able to find them by myself. Cambridge, no. There's nothing in Cornwall, Durham, Cumbria, Devon, no. Dorset, maybe. Oh, there's too much. There's put too much shit in here. Yorkshire, East Sussex has nothing. Essex, no. Gloucester, I think, has... No. Greater London does. There's Crystal Palace circuits. Those are real. Manchester, Hampshire has... Thruxton. That's the one. Hereford, Hertfordshire, possibly. Hereford, no. Isle of Wight does not. Kent has Brands Hatch and something else. Okay, I'm just going to turn everything on because otherwise it will be here all day for the UK, even though it does that. Yeah. Okay, I know where I'm looking for everything. So my local circuit growing up is Castle Combe. Used to go there as a kid to watch like Formula Ford and classic minis. I think touring cars used to race here, but because the villagers complained about noise restrictions, you can't do British touring cars there anymore. So yeah, it's just track days and like Formula Ford and little stuff. And that is that go-kart circuit. I worked there as a teenager and I actually entered a go-karting competition. But it's I finished somewhere in the middle pad. This is when I decided at 15 I'm going to be a racing driver. My inspiration was Takuma Sato because he started racing at 19. I was like, I can do it. And then about a year later, I was like, yeah, this is not happening. I never even bought a go-kart. I did a summer championship here and finished like 10th. I won a few races though, but I used to work there as a track marshal. Bro's still going. I am still going. I meant to finish over an hour ago. I will finish soon because I need tea. That's Castle Combe. Thruxton. Checking out my channel, I did a track day here in December where I drove a Formula Renault car and a Porsche Cayman. And there's a 360 video of me doing laps in the Formula Renault. That was fun. So yeah, Thruxton is a classic, touring cars. Good fun. Is Thruxton. Let me think. The Top Gear test track. Yes. Which I think they might be demolishing. Unfortunately. But yeah, the Top Gear test track. I was so excited when they put this in Gran Turismo. Yeah. That's one I'd love to drive. Brands Hatch. There it is. Yep, the classic. I've never been there for races. I went there once with my dad, and we just parked up and had a walk around a bit. I couldn't believe how steep it is in real life. It is so much steeper than it looks. I will make one. Okay, I'm not making any more street circuits tonight, but in my next stream we can do Southampton. Yes. For now, I'm just giving everyone a grand tour of all my autistic Google Earth markings that I've done over the years. There is some tiny little circuit here. I think this is Lydden Hill. I'm not sure. I think it might be a kart circuit. Yeah, this is Lydden Hill. Another tiny little one in Kent. Did you make any in Wales? I've made one in Cardiff so far. That was in the first episode. The Crystal Palace circuit. Yeah, there used to be races. It's Rallycross. Oh, okay, Lydden Hill. Fair enough. What isn't it? Rye House is the main. That's in Kent, isn't it? Rye House is the main, like the premier karting track. I haven't got it marked. But yeah, Crystal Palace used to have a circuit, and like Sterling Moss and Peter Collins, like they raced at like essentially Grand Prix level here, but not as a Grand Prix itself. But yeah, Crystal Palace used to have a circuit. London is obviously decked out, central London. McLaren Technology Centre, right next to Brooklands, the world's oldest, or the first, well, I should say technically the first purpose-built racing circuit to be built, because it obviously hasn't been used as one for a very, very long time. But yeah, this is basically Genesis for sort of motor racing in many respects, Brooklands. But there's not, apart from the banking, there's not much of it left. This little bit, I think, used to be the paddock down there, or an alternate layout. Brooklands, let's move up a bit further north. We've got Silverstone, showed this before. 11 or 12 different layout changes it's had over the years. It's not loading for some reason. Yep, Silverstone always should be there. They're not getting rid of the last circuit they should ever get rid of is Silverstone. Yeah, Snetterton. And they added this weird bit in recently. I just remember the Snetterton for TOCA2 touring cars that just carried on that way, but they put this in. Yeah, it does look like a penis. What's that? That is a circuit, and I don't know which circuit. I can't remember. Kirkby Mallory, it's near. It looks quite small. It is... what county is that? Leicestershire? Like, yeah, I think. Mallory Park. Okay, that's Mallory Park, right. Yep, that's there. If we go up a little bit further north, we should hit Donington. I remember that. Do people remember when they were planning to replace Silverstone with this, and they did it all up, and it looks exactly the same, and it just never happened. Again, we had one F1 race here, brilliant circuit, great for touring cars, not so much for Formula One. It can never not be at Silverstone. That's the thing. If I move across, Cadwell Park is... Or is it Cadwell Park? Yeah, this one. Croft, but not Croft. It looks like Croft, but it just isn't. I'm assuming that there's some posh house here, but because it doesn't look like an airport. But yeah, Cadwell Park is a place. Rockingham is here. Here's Rockingham. I've only done the oval. I haven't done any of the infield stuff. Yeah, that's the only... I think that's basically the only oval in the country. Rockingham. Near, like, Rutland and shit. Alton Park is a circuit. Again, another brilliant one. TOCA2 touring cars. I like this extension. Completely unsuitable for Formula One, but, you know, fun circuit. I'm guessing built on some estate. Anglesey has a circuit right by the sea. fittingly. Not a bad layout, to be honest. It's not too, doesn't look too bad. I know there is another one near Bridgend down in Wales. This, I mean, I can't tell if this is a kart circuit, but there's really not much going on. I mean, it's next to a caravan park, so I think that tells you what it is. Yeah, that's not the best design. And then do I have another one here? I do have another one. Again, built on an airfield. It's all right. These are all very small circuits. Like this, again, I can't see a single grandstand. All just general admission. Like Hlandau, yeah. That's the one. How many other circuits do we have? Oh, we have to go further north to Croft up in Yorkshire. Croft is a good circuit. One of the bigger ones. Yeah, again, built on an airfield. Croft is a goodie. And then up to Knockhill. Scotland's main one. Quite good. The elevation, it goes downhill quite dramatically, but you look at it, it's actually quite... There's not a lot going on, really. Oh, Goodwood. Yes, Goodwood, of course. Right, opposite end of the country. Not that far. Goodwood. And I should know this because I used to live... Well, I did my bachelor's degree at Chichester, so I used to live like within sight of the circuit. I never went... I never once got to go to Festival of Speed, though. But yeah, so yeah, the Goodwood circuit used for all the revival and blah, 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 blah. And the hill climb. I remember spending about 3 hours in one sitting trying to get gold driving the Red Bull X 2010 up here on GT6. I do have Donington. You missed it a few minutes ago. But yeah, there's the hill climb. Oh, thank you, Wendover, for the $5. Knockhill Trioval. Remember that from Project Cars? I've never played Project Cars. I only know Knockhill from playing Talkatoo Touring Cars. But yeah, the Goodwood Hill Climb challenges. God, they're bloody annoying. I love watching the McMurtry Spieling. It's immense going through that. I want to see a timed shootout between the McMurtry Spieling and the Mercedes W11 at Silverstone and see if it really is faster than a Formula One car, because it looks it. I don't have any other... The only hill climb I've got is Goodwood House. Years ago, I used to have one of the WRC Wales, the Rally of Wales courses marked out, because I went to the Rally of Wales in 07 and 08, and somewhere around here up in the valleys, I used to mark those out. But that was a long time ago. I think that's the UK. That's Europe. We did... Well, I'll cover this North America just quickly. So Ontario, Canadian Tire Motorsport Park. This is an XF1 circuit from the 60s, I think. It looks more like an IndyCar thing, but yeah, that used to host Formula One. Quebec, Gilles Villeneuve, again a classic. Is this a street circuit? Because people keep telling me it's a street circuit, and I don't think it is. Like this. It's definitely cut off from the public road. I mean, it's an artificial island, but I am 100% sure this is not a street circuit, but I feel like people tell me it is. But I'm sure it's not. But yeah, great circuit. And then Mont-Tremblant, another ex-F1 circuit. It's a parklands circuit. So it's not public roads. So by that definition, I wouldn't consider it a street circuit. That's Canada. Mexico. Daddy Stroll circuit. It's purpose-built on an artificial island. I need to look at this again, because if part of it is public roads, that will make it a semi-permanent road course. But if none of it is public roads, then it's not. But yeah, we mentioned this before. The original circuit went around here. You know, they should just rename this to Checo, I think, after what happened. Or maybe Hamilton, because he loves to cut the corner there. Extended a little bit further out, and then they got rid of the banking. So they've changed a little bit with this one. It used to be a bit more baller, but yeah. The United States. Oh, Christ. Okay, we'll cover these ones quickly again. We'll get to Hawaii in a second. We're getting there. Phoenix. I showed this way early on. beginning of the 90s, we had these. California, Laguna Seca, which I just marked in, which I can't believe I'd forgotten to mark. Long Beach, still used in IndyCar, lots of different layouts for that. Riverside, the 1960s, and now, yeah, it's built over by a probably deserted shopping mall and a bunch of like nuclear test site houses that look like they came out of the Truman Show. Sonoma Raceway, which for some reason I forgot that this is actually Sears Point, which before that was Infineon, because it's called Infineon. Is there a way to download all of these circuit maps? If you look in my community posts, 2 weeks ago, I put out a Google Drive file that has all current and former F1 circuits as like Google Earth files. And I think I don't know, I think you just drag and drop. I'm not sure how it works, but it has all the files there. It doesn't have any non-F1 circuits though. But I can make a file. I can make a folder with all of them at some point, yeah. Because yeah, I did all of these manually. Yeah, it's Infineon, and then they called it Sears Point, and then they called it Sonoma. It just went through so many name changes. Colorado. Oh, here's a hill climb. The Pikes Peak hill climb. Let's play this. I do love that, like, the electric cars are absolutely smashing the records here because they're completely unaffected by the altitude. What IndyCar circuit do you think that F1 would be suited for? I'm not too well versed in what circuits they do use in IndyCar, but I guess the first one that pops to mind would be Road America. That one I'd like to try that because, again, I use that for Tonka World Touring cars. That huge, steep main straight. Like, Road America could be an interesting one to try for F1, even if it is in the middle of nowhere. I do, and I love that in Colin McRae Dirt, you can do this in stages. I love that you can do the Pikes Peak hill climb. Daytona Rovac could work. Rival. Is there a Rival? I didn't know there was a Daytona Rival, unless you mean the one they've just used for the 24 hours. God, this is so steep. I love that things like this in Goodwood and half of that and the TT, they started out as like amateur events. That was what I loved. And then they turned pro because half the time, a lot of the races we have, some guys just met up at a weekend with their cars and just had some fun. And then it turned into a proper thing. And you can tell that that's probably what happened with this. Because I doubt that this road was built specifically for the hill climb. It was probably always there, and they just decided to use it. I mean, okay, the 24-hour one, it would look cool. The thing is, ovals and F1 cars, I mean, ovals are a death trap, and I wouldn't want to do that in a Formula 1 car, even if they're cutting out part of the circuit. Like, yeah. Ovals, no. not in a Formula 1 car. 13,000 feet. I've done the Portuguese ones. Yeah, I've gone systematically. So we've done Europe and now on North America. But yeah, there were 4 Portuguese tracks. And it just keeps on going up. Oh, there's the summit. Yeah, 14,000 feet. Amazing. That's Colorado. Florida, we saw this earlier. Miami, everyone hates Miami. We shouldn't race there. Sebring hosted the US Grand Prix in 1959, and, they still do the 24 hours, blah, 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 blah. Daytona, they just finished racing up there. Blah, 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 blah. Hawaii, okay, Hawaii. Kalaloa Circuit. Kalealoa. Okay, where is that? Which island? Is it Kalealoa? The Porto... No. If the Porto is one of the XF1 circuits, then yes, but not otherwise. Okay, Kalealoa. Which island is that going to be on? Maybe I'll just search it. Calais... I can't spell. Kalealoa. I can't talk. Ugh, no. Not that. Kalealoa. It's west of Honolulu. Oh, okay. Kapolei. Is that it? Big ass airport near Pearl Harbor. Ewa, Barbers Point, Honokai. Oh, okay. Barbers Point. What the fuck? It's west of Okay, so this is the. Assuming this is Kalaloa, this will be the airport. I'm not seeing. Oh, actually, I'm seeing evidence of a chicane. Yeah, it looks like they've tried to build something there. Well, it doesn't do much. If that's the whole circuit, it's just that with a little bit of a chicane. I'll look into that and plot that at some point. Yeah, that's a random one. Anyway, Indiana. Indy, of course. I actually quite liked, obviously, 2005 aside, I actually quite liked that circuit in F1. I thought it was fun. Good races. Obviously, Indy used to be an F1 race in the 50s, the 500. I'm not such a big fan of this version that gets rid of the banking and that. Michigan, Detroit. Yep, the old Detroit circuit from the 80s. Yeah, not bad design. Just got there have been 11 F1 circuits in the US. It's ridiculous. Michigan, Nevada. We've mentioned these before. Caesar's Palace and Vegas Strip. I mean, look at the size difference. It's unreal. And there is no evidence at all of that there was once a circuit there. New York, Watkins Glen. Seattle. I have the Seattle from Gran Turismo, which looks nothing like it does in real life. But yeah, Watkins Glen, Death Trap, 2 really graphic deaths there in the 70s. Port Imperial, I need to mark that at some point. That's New Jersey. The Haas base in North Carolina. That's all that is. I'll let that load for a second. Marvel at the Factory. Morning, Peter. Loved the full HRT video since I was only 5 when they entered F1. Thank you. Yeah, that one I just thought, well, some people like to condense videos into one and re-release them. And I thought I'll do that with this and I'll shrink it down. Because I think from now on, with team history stuff, I'll continue with Haas the way it is. But the rest, I don't think we need to get... I don't think I need to tell everyone about every single pit stop and every single overtake. It's a bit excruciating. So yeah, I think that's the way forward. Just the core details of what happened in each race is usually enough. Pennsylvania. Well, we marked this in a little bit earlier. Nazareth, everyone told me to put in. Texas. COTA. Good circuit. The races are just kind of all right. But, we may as well. It's perfectly good for F1. It deserves to be on the calendar a hell of a lot more than Vegas and Miami. Dallas. Yeah, the one in the park that, heat exhaustion and the circuit breaking apart. That was fun for everyone. And then Washington. So this, I did try to put in the Seattle from GT, which for some reason is not lined up fully. But this looks nothing like it does in Gran Turismo. So they obviously were taking... I couldn't find a chicane bit there. Oh, what's it doing that? Oh no. Thing's freaking out on me. Oh, wrong button. Okay, yeah. Yeah, it doesn't really look that much like it does in the game. It's not their most accurate rendering, to be honest. Wisconsin. Road America. Yeah. Again, you could do F1 here. Cristiano De Mata, he got hit in the face by a deer and was comatose in a IndyCar race. Or kart or whatever it's meant to be. Yeah. Okay, that's the US. Oceania. Straya. So, Mount Panorama. I mean, what a circuit. it's like a hate crime against motorsport that this is FIA Grade 3. Like, it's just, yeah, it's so good. And I just need to see F1 attempt to race here. Just the contrast of the long straights and then this, like, narrow hill climb bit. I loved playing this in Soccer World Touring Cars and, like, Gran Turismo and stuff. Yeah. Love me a bit of Bathurst. Sydney Motorsport Park. I think I have every Australian circuit marked. I have a lot of Australia marked because I'm a bit of an Aussophile. I've got family there. My mum used to live there. I've wanted to go to Australia my entire life, but still haven't got round to it. This isn't loading for some reason, but that's, you know, in the Sydney suburbs. There's a small circuit. Going to Bathurst in a few weeks. Are you in Australia? Because you said good morning, and I was like, I thought you were in America. But then, I suppose that's early. It's what 4 a.m. on the East Coast in Australia at the moment. Yeah, Wakefield Park is one. We made one in Perth, a circuit in Perth in the first episode. The Honey Badger ring. It's actually quite good, I think. Queensland. I'm in Sydney, 6:30 a.m. I suppose my impression is everybody gets up early in Australia, but I think because it's so hot, it's easy, and the sun's up earlier. It's easy to get up early. Like in the winter here, I can't get up early because the sun isn't up until about 8, and it's like freezing cold, and then it gets dark at 4 o'clock. Because I've got relatives, and I think they told me they go to bed at 9 p.m. and wake up at 5 a.m. and I'm like, that's just so early. That would make it even harder for me to adjust to jet lag if I tried to go, if I ever go there. Yeah, we got Morgan Park in Queensland. Queensland Raceway. That's just a tuning fork. That's not really much of a circuit. That's very basic. 42 degrees. Oh, Jesus Christ. I mean, that's fairly typical, I suppose, for an Aussie summer. 42. We did 2 years ago. We had a heat wave where it got to 42 in the UK. Everyone was terrified and panicking, and there was so much warning from the authorities and the news. And yes, it was unpleasant, and you basically had to hide in the house with all the curtains drawn and the windows closed because that was cooler than having them open. But it came and it went very quickly. But yeah, it was you'd walk outside and it was like being in a warm bath. Reed Park Street Circuit. This is another one in somewhere in Queensland. If I zoom out, where actually is this? Townsville City. Oh no, Townsville is in New South Wales. Okay, oh that's quite far north. That's further. Oh, that's up in the tropics. Not far from Cairns. In South Australia, here's Adelaide. Again, a classic from the days of F1. Something's not right there. I think I've done that wrong. That's meant to go that way. Yeah, I've got that wrong. Yeah, Adelaide's a classic. They still do the Motorsport Festival here. I don't have Ipswich. I have Snetterton in Norwich. I've passed Britain already. You've missed most of the continents. I've been going for 4.5 hours now. I need to end soon. Have dinner. Where can I see you make a track in Portugal? The next episode, I'll do more. People like these streams, so I'll do more of these. But yeah, we can do Portugal. I usually just take requests from people. Oh, Ipswich, Queensland. Oh, sorry. Yes, of course. I know the one you mean. That's Ipswich. It's on the outskirts of Brisbane. I know my Aussie geography. I didn't know there was a circuit there. Yeah, I was thinking, how do you know about Ipswich in the UK? Yeah, no, I know, because that's near. I think Ipswich is on the way to Toowoomba, heading out if you're heading into like the bush, and that. And then we've got Oh, this is not far from the last place, Bend. Hello, Bus Network, Encash F1. You're coming in right at the end. I've been going for 4.5 hours now, and now we're just doing a grand tour of all the circuits I've got marked. Malala, that's some proper Aussie brown. Oh, it gets greener as you zoom out. Where is this? Oh, it's just north of Adelaide. God, it's a massive country. I really need to go. I wanted to go to Australia my whole life and still haven't gone. Really need to go. No, it's fine. It's fine, Basso. This will be you can watch this back again because this will be up on my channel after it's ended. It's not going to disappear. Yeah. Just call me Kashi. Okay, will do. Simmons Plains. Again, this is a bit of a weird design. It looks like a sort of shoehorn. Or like a spatula that's been like half melted or something. And it's surrounded by crop circles, so maybe aliens race here. Simmons Plains, where is this in context? Oh, it's Tasmania, of course. I've still got almost as many people watching now as I did when I was actually making tracks. People are just enjoying watching me do this grand tour. Okay, now, yep, Albert Park, the one everyone knows. Probably the least street circuit in history. Like, it doesn't... I've seen pictures. My sister went to Australia a couple of years ago, and she filmed parts of the track for me, and I was like, it looks nothing like the circuit outside of race weekends. They take every single bit of infrastructure is taken down except for the pit building. Everything else goes, even the gravel traps. Like, I think this actually gets used for cricket instead of, turn one carnage. Gilles Villeneuve counts the streets. We were discussing this a bit earlier, about 20 minutes ago. Apparently, some people say it is, and some people say it isn't. I've always assumed it's not. Do you think F1 is prevented from going to New Zealand due to the population and thus monetary issues, like your commentary? Well, I think it's more because they don't have a Grade 1 circuit, because they've got. Isn't there one at Taupo? Maybe I've got it marked. I think they've got circuits in New Zealand, but they're not big enough. Like where they do Toyota Racing Series and that. They need to build a proper circuit, and there is more than justification to go there. Denny Holm, Liam Lawson, Josh Revel. I mean, I would love that if we could open the season in New Zealand and then follow that with Australia. I think that would be very fitting. Why do you need Grade 1? You can make a street circuit night. Well, they could use my street circuit. I thought mine was quite good. Albert Park, what else we got? Phillip Island Grand Prix. I'm guessing the island is called Phillip Island, Cunningham Bay. Oh, it is an island. Yeah. Just outside of Port Phillip. Oh, Wendover, thank you for the $2. Formula 2 should go to circuits prior to F1. As in, do you mean that they should use Formula 1 to test it? They should use Formula 2 to test it out and then do that? And then go to F1, or just that they should do it as support series? I mean, maybe they should let them try it out in F2, and if it slaps, then they can try it in F1. Is one option. Yeah, it was weird seeing Formula 2 and Formula 3 this year racing at Albert Park, because I was tuning in for a race at 11 p.m. and it was morning there and the sun was still really low, and I was like, this is messing with my brain watching a Formula 2 race at like near midnight. Winton Motor, although I do feel for Aussie and Kiwi F1 fans, because every race is at such an inconvenient time for you lot. Winton Motor Raceway, Victoria. That's an interesting design, I guess. Another small one. Is that a skid pan? They got a little skid pan. That's fun. It's in the middle of nowhere. It's near to Benalla, and it's near to the... Oh, it's near the Blue Ridge. Those are the Blue... Not the Blue Mountains. The Great... Oh. The Smoky Mountains. Is that... No, that's America. The Blue Mountains are up near Sydney, and then you've got... I think the Great Dividing Range is further north. I'm failing on my Aussie geography. Watching any race that isn't the Great Dividing Range, yeah. Watching any race that isn't Melbourne, Suzuka, or Vegas is horrid for time zones. Yeah, definitely. Is that all of? Oh, Western Australia. We've still got more more Aussie ones. Wanneroo Raceway. I mean, okay, that's not the most original design. That's very clinical. I love this. Oh, this is cool. That's like a proper dirt track thing going on. And there's a kart circuit here. That's fun. Do you reckon you can make a street circuit similar to Seoul out of the MCG in Melbourne. What's the MCG? Oh, the cricket ground. Melbourne Cricket Ground. Oh, potentially. I can make use of that. I mean, yeah. In the next episode, we'll hit Melbourne. My originally today, I was like, technically Melbourne has a street circuit, so it doesn't need one. I like the addition of they've got the dirt track and the kart in wherever this is. Where are we? Quinns Rocks, Banksia Grove. Okay, just north of Perth. Yeah. Oh yeah, here's the one we designed in the first episode. This is the Honey Badger circuit, which I think is actually quite good, and that could legitimately work as a circuit. Asian Monza. Oh, Seoul Circuit GT4. Yes, yeah. Okay, that's all of Australia. Oh, I don't have anything marked in I don't have any F1 circuits in New Zealand, or any racing circuits at all. All I've got is some mountains and volcanoes. But oh well. I need to put in the one they use for like the Toyota Racing Series. Okay, South America, and then we're nearly done. Do you have Bushy Park in Barbados? No, I should throw that in actually. The old Olympic Park track in Sydney. No, I didn't know there was one, but these are all ones I need to throw in. The Zane Maloney one, yeah. To be fair, Zane Maloney, I was thinking Barbados. I think he'd done most of his racing in America because Barbados is not somewhere you'd associate with racing. He's an interesting one. I mean, he's also the whitest Barbadian I've ever seen. He looks sort of like Latin though, which I guess would make sense because it's the Caribbean. But yeah, Oscar Juan. Yeah, we had lots of alternate layouts, big round extension. Yeah, does its thing. Third time round, we got Nelson Piquet circuit built over for the Rio Olympic Park. That was their gift to Nelson Piquet, is to erase, as well as erasing him, let's erase the circuit named after him. Carlos Pache, Interlagos, and the original layout that was so much longer than the current layout. Jacarapagua, that's the one. That's what it's called. Brazil. Oh, I think that's all of them. Ugh. Yeah. Yeah, sorry to those of you who've only just tuned in. You missed the actual circuit building, and this has been going for nearly 5 hours now. I need to go because my throat feels like a razor blade now. And get some tea. But run at creating fictional cities. I've done some of those, and I've done a few of the fictional ones. I've done like Paris and Tokyo. I need to throw more of those in when I've got the time. I don't have so much time for Google Earthing now because I spend most of my time working on YouTube videos. But yeah, okay, it's time to call it a day. Thank you for tuning in. Next weekend, I'll probably try and do another one of these. I'm on 29,000 subs, both Paris circuits. I've got, so in a few weeks, we'll hit 30,000 subs. And so for that, I'll need to do my next tier list, which is probably going to be either 2000s cars or 2000s liveries, because I've done the 2010s ones. Yeah, and I haven't started my next video yet, proper one, but I need to decide what I'm doing. So yeah, it's an old link, but go to my channel and you'll find the link for my Discord server. And also check out the DRS Train podcast. I need to throw that in. We're trying to get more traction. We record historic episodes every week. Tomorrow we're recording one. We're doing a series, famous seasons defined by their title challenge, but we talk about everything except the title fight. So basically we're going to be talking about 1976, but everything except Hunt and Lauder, that sort of thing. So yeah, give us a look. And yeah, thanks for tuning in. Time for me to go, and I'll see you all around. Mm.